What's going on, people? How you guys doing? This is James from My Take on Reality. If you guys can see me, you can hear me, pop that one in the chat so that I know that I'm coming through loud and clear. I see someone. Thank you so much, Mama Cat. Got Stacy in the house. What's going on? Got Kathy Ferran, of course. Talked to you earlier. Jennifer. Hey, what's happening? Yeah, tonight was crazy, guys. Tonight was insanity unleashed. Last week, I'm not gonna bullshit. Last week, pardon my French. But yeah, I was telling folks in the chat earlier before we even got started that watching this particular episode, I'm not gonna lie, I had a whole ass pit in my stomach. I had a whole pit in my stomach. What the hell? Because it was crazy. Okay, it was crazy. I am not a fan of how Cody treated these ladies at all. I am not a fan of how he's trying to shape the situation where, oh, I suffered so much. You don't understand what I went through. I paid so much money to the family. I contributed so much. And the fact that Robyn has all this stuff, that's just on Robyn because she's an evil person who was able to garner all these things by herself. And these other women are just jealous. I just happen to be the non-committed, innocent bystander to everything that was going on. And it's a ridiculous position, first and foremost. There's something that I've noticed in the chat that I want to clear up before we get too far afield. Let me see if I have started the upload. Yeah. Here's the upload, guys, just so we're clear. When he talks about, I spent $100 some odd $1,000 of my own money, more than everybody else, what he's referring to, in my opinion, is the plot that had Christine, Robyn, and Kody on it. He's taking full credit for the money that the family gave Christine to purchase her home. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? I say that because we got to be very clear. And this is why it's so important that we're very clear and very transparent as to the calendar of the way things went. First and foremost, here is a picture of Coyote Pass. This is a picture of Coyote Pass. As you can tell, Cody and Robyn and Christine, that land was paid off. The land with Cody, Meri, and Janelle, that land was paid off. So the tree line land where the pond is and the land is right next to it that was supposed to be assigned to Janelle, those plots were already paid off. The two remaining plots were the plots. Hold on, let me take the banner down. Just so, like I said, I want to keep it all the way above. The plot, this is the one they got for $300,000. That was Cody, Robyn, Christine. The plot that they got for Cody, Meri, and Janelle, that was $180. Then they had the plot for Cody, Janelle, then Cody, Robyn. I want to drop this down because I want to look down the barrel of the camera when I say this. Hold on one second. Just so we're very clear, what he was freaking saying doesn't make any sense, because by that logic, that would mean Meri didn't contribute anything to the property at all. That makes no sense. So what happened to the house money when she sold her house? Where did that money go? Where did that money go? All that money that she had from her home sale. Let's keep in mind, Meri, I think, got the second highest. Robyn got the first highest because the family, quote unquote, spent so much money to make sure that Robyn's house was 100% complete, including the hardscaped backyard, the in-ground trampoline, and the play set that they put out in back of Robyn's house that was supposed to be for the whole family. That's why Robyn's house went for as much as it did, as quickly as it did, because her house was the only house of the four on the cul-de-sac that was close to completion because Cody diverted money and resources towards her house. Then when Meri, whose house was just as big as Robyn's house was, let's be very clear. As much as they talk about the wet bar and how greedy Meri was when she wanted the wet bar in the extra room and the pantry, Robyn got the same thing. If you need me to pull tapes, I will pull tapes. Because Robyn also talked about, I need the extra room because, I got kids. I need the extra room. And plus, I'm going to need the pantry, which would have gave her the wet bar package. That was all a package. And if you recall, the guy said, look, they have cooker cutter houses. When they built that development, it was all cookie cutter, which means that if you picked one of these bigger houses, you got everything that came along with that house. If you pick one of the bigger houses, you want the 5 rooms, you wanted the pantry. Because remember, all Meri wanted was the wet bar. He said, if you went the wet bar option, just because you want to put a little extra plumbing in, then that's a whole reconfiguring, and you get the pantry and you get the extra room. We don't parse it out. We don't break it up that way. That's the style of house. Okay, I'm familiar with this because I've seen this type of thing before. Where I'm at, they have developments all over the place. And that's what they do. One house looks just like the other house. You can walk down the street. You can see one house. If you see the way the windows are configured in the house, you're able to figure out which house they have. Oh, they got the country ranch house. They got the contemporary colonial. You can tell which one it is. If you get a brochure for that development, you can tell which house each person has. You can see the whole damn layout of the house just by having a brochure because they're all the same. Meri had the second biggest house. She sold her house. What happened to the money? If we're going to sit here and play the game, what happened to the money? The money went back into the family accounts. That's where the money went. Meri didn't take that money and have it to herself. Kody never would have allowed it. That was the whole purpose why he asked her to move to Arizona in the first place. Second place, when you look at the land, like I said, we'll go back to Coyote Pass. When you look at the land, Kody, Robyn, Christine, what I'm referring to is that when Christine purchased her home, the family helped Christine with the purchase of that home and the down payment because she hadn't sold her house yet. That's how Kody's name appeared on her mortgage, because he supposedly co-signed for the house because he was giving her the money. See, and we're going to get into that in a second. As a matter of fact, let me write myself a little note. Co-sign. I'm gonna just put co-sign because we're gonna get all the way into it. When she purchased her home in Arizona, she hadn't sold her house yet. When she sold her house, lo and behold, all of a sudden, Robyn started losing her rentals, and Robyn had to get a house because she couldn't get a house nowhere. She couldn't find a rental that they was renting out 10 bedrooms in a one place that they was just going to let you stay forever. So she already had significant desire to get a house that was going to be about 6 bedrooms. When she first got out there, she rented a 7-bedroom mansion. Then she rented the house that they live in now, the McMansion. Then all of a sudden, Christine sells her house, and when the money hits the bank account, all of a sudden Robyn needs a new house. So they decided to put a bid on Robyn's house, but Robyn didn't want to do it. Who pushed her to do it? Kody. Kody did. Kody did. That's according to Robyn. That was according to Kody. They were supposed to be getting a slap down, drag out fights over this. So what I'm saying is, when she applied for her house, why did Kody's name come off of Christine's house? It wasn't because Christine all of a sudden just math magicianed his ass and all of a sudden made him forget the numbers. His name came off of Christine's house for one reason and one reason only. His name couldn't go on to Robyn's house because he had so much debt tied up into Christine's house. His name already appeared on a mortgage. So when Christine refinanced her house and put her name on it, because that's what you have to do when you start taking names off of stuff, off of lending documents, you have to refinance the loan. So when she refinanced the loan and she took that loan out in her name, Kody's name is off of it. They took the money from her home sale, the money that she had received from her home sale, and they put that on Coyote Pass. That's what Kody is saying he is due and owed. Because according to Kody, he has ownership over every time his name appears next to something. He has partial ownership of it. If the wives go out and work and they make a certain amount of money and they buy something, Kody expects to get a cut of it. That's not husband stuff. That ain't wife stuff. It's funny to me that Kody said, oh, just because Janelle getting divorced, she thinks she deserves something. She thinks she deserves something because she got divorced. Kody thinks he deserves something because they got divorced. Because they separated, he thinks he deserves half of everything that they ever worked for. Oh, well, what about you, Kody? What are you going to give to me? Are we putting our assets together? Oh, no. I'm going to pretend like I don't have any assets at all. And I'm just going to pretend like the only assets I have are with you, and I'm going to take half of your stuff. That's the way he did it. That's the mindset that he had. So the whole idea that he put down extra money on Coyote Pass, he did not. He did not. He's just merely taking credit for money that Christine had. The money that Christine had went on the Coyote Pass. This is ridiculous. Like, this part of it is the stupidest part ever. And then the whole idea of the cosign. What's funny to me, here's what's funny to me. When Kody sits around and he talks about, and the family members, God bless them, they sit there, Meri and Janelle try to do a little cleanup work out there on Coyote Pass, talking about how they all work together and any mindset, they was all working together and this, that, and the other, and they was putting their name on stuff, and Kody came to them, had them sign paperwork, and they was ready to ask questions, and Meri got in trouble. And this is what look, try not to cuss. This is what happens when you don't stick up for your damn self. When you're not looking out for yourself, and things don't make sense, and you can't talk about it. Look here, I'm going to be 100%. If you're in a situation where somebody presents something stupid to you and the shit just don't make sense, then what you need to do is ask them about it. And if they refuse to explain it to you, if they want to treat you like you dumb and come on, girl, don't be silly. We just sign the paper, dang it. You're taking up too much time. Anytime somebody try to rush you to sign some shit, that's when you need to put the brakes on and step back. Step way the hell back. I use that technique if I go into a gym and you got to sign a membership for a gym. I use that. Oh, you got to sign up today. You don't get it. I use that technique if I was buying a car. If you don't do the deal today, I'm gonna knock it down. I talk to my manager, and if you don't take it today, then he can't give you that price no more. If it's a good price today, it'll be a good price tomorrow. It'll be a good price next week. When I have people come here and I say, I need you to do something around my house, whether it's to fix the gutters or the siding or whatever the hell I have them do, or I want you to do my bathroom or plumbing or if you do it today, why I got to do it today? I want the price. If you can do it today for this amount, then you can do it for that amount next week, tomorrow, or whenever. Unless it's something like you just happen to have like, oh, I got extra today. And once I sell through it, I sell through it. Okay, maybe then. But if it's something, I need you to give me money and don't ask no questions. And I just need you to do it today. You can't take money from me and tell me when to give it to. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm so mad about that. Like, that's just crazy to me. And the fact that, like, Kody spent so much time in the first few seasons of this damn show talking about if I break up and nobody's a prisoner and, oh, I respect everybody and blah, blah, blah. He has zero respect for these women. Meri and Janelle, I'm upset because we have to go through the trouble of talking about getting, what is it? We have to go through the trouble of getting attorneys to argue about this land. Yeah, because you didn't set it up right from the beginning. Because he pushed you to do something you didn't agree with. And I've been saying this since I started this dang on YouTube channel. Don't agree to shit you don't agree with. If it don't make sense, ask questions till it makes sense. I don't care who it is. If your mama come to you and say something that don't make no sense, and it's like, I need you to give me all your life savings. Oh, okay. Well, what's that for? Don't ask no questions. Just do it. What? I'm going to ask some questions. This ain't your money. Like Janelle said, I'll use my savings. I use my money to pay bills for the family, to pay other people's stuff off. And I'm sure everybody in that room could say they did the same thing. But what we're not going to do is I'm sitting here using my money to pay bills, and then you benefit from my sacrifices. You're the only one who gets the benefit. That's crazy to me. That is so crazy. Guys, that is crazy. That is nuts. And it goes beyond like just being crazy. It's downright disrespectful. Because I think that's 90% of why I have a problem with watching this whole episode tonight. It's just damn disrespectful. Oh, I want I don't want to do it this way because I don't want to push Robyn into making a decision whether we're going to sell the land or not. Yeah, forget the other people who are your partners, because at the end of the day, whether you're exes or whatever relationship you had before, right now they're your business partners because you guys are no longer married. So they're your business partners. And you're saying basically you don't have to worry about what they have to say because you don't give a shit because they're not your wife anymore. So you don't, everything that you went through, all the sacrifices, that doesn't mean anything. And that's like that, I hate to say this, but that's just the cold state of business affairs, dude. When you start tying money together and you don't have anything in any formal document, you don't have the protections of marriage. And I mean, recognized legal marriage. Kody understands all this shit. And what pisses me off about the whole thing is that Kody fully understands the power of co-signing documents, having his name on documents, putting his name on things. He told these women, don't you worry about it because we all family and the family looks out for you and me and all that other stuff. And they singing the song, holding hands, kumbaya and everything else. But when business came time for business, when rubber met road, Kody made sure that all his T's were crossed and all his I's were dotted. That's how he was able to get on Christine's stuff. He wanted to get on Christine's stuff because that was property and real estate that was going to be in his name. I guarantee you, if soon as he would have been able, if he ever would have been able to turn that corner in Robyn's property, where he was able to use the family funds to pay off Robyn's property or get that mortgage low enough to where he could go back onto Christine's property, or she pay her mortgage down low enough by herself that he could put his name back on Christine's property, I 100% guarantee you that that's exactly what he would have did. And the simple fact that Robyn is sitting there on that chair with the I don't know what everybody thinking about. The fact that she's doing all that, this is exactly why way back when Meri was first talking about divorcing Kody, she had said that she was concerned about Robyn coming in because she wasn't sure if Robyn was going to be fair. She's like, I'm not friends with Meri. I'm not cool with Meri. But I know that if something were to happen to you, Meri's going to make sure everybody got taken care of. And at the end of the day, the feeling I got from watching this particular episode is that I firmly get the feeling, or at least inkling, that whether Meri and Janelle like each other, I think that they respect one another, which is more than I can say about the Dirty Dozen or the Dirty Duo of Kody and Robyn. Because as I watch them, it's nothing but dirty work. They just got nothing but dirty work. Okay? I'm going to just put it where the goats could get it. Because I'm watching them and everything with them is so contrived. And it just comes off like bullshit souffle. Like I just can't with them. I can't. Because like even the whole like, oh, we're gonna go to the restaurant and have like this lovely Valentine's Day dinner. And they did the polar opposites of like, the opposition of Kody and Robyn versus Christine and David. Two of them, they talking, Kody and Christine and David, they talking. You can see that they having conversations about themselves and their love and how their relationship is going. Kody and Robyn, all they can talk about is how this relationship impacted Kody negatively, and he's upset. Like, dude's a clown. He's a damn clown. Let me pop this out real quick. He's a clown. And it annoys the hell out of me. It annoys me in a few different ways. I can't. Like, and then listening to the two of them with the highly produced bullshit ass, do we love each other? What about a monogamous relationship? That shit, oh my God, that is just terrible TV. It's just terrible TV. Oh, I loved you so much. What did you think about being in a monogamous relationship with me? Well, my love, I think of you all the time, and I want to apologize for all those dastardly scallywags, skip-scop scallywags, and all their evil deeds, which caused turmoil and rambunctious in our love. Oh my God, it's just terrible TV, terrible. This is terrible TV. Just the horrible theatrics. The worst acting I've ever seen. Like I've been to, like, you know, when you go to the the presentations at school and they doing a little school play and half the kids forget their lines. Those kids are better than watching it to a Robyn and Kody. Watching them little kids get up and like, my name is Abraham Lincoln and I could not tell a lie. Like, that's George Washington. I cut down the cherry tree. George Washington once again. I was the 58th president. We haven't even had a 58th president, baby. Sit down. It's okay. And you get up and clap. Those kids are better than Robyn and Kody. I think I love you. And then the whole like, oh, I I went to I wanted to be able to get slobbed down in front of the other sister wives. That would have really brought us together. Robyn, are you silly? Did you bump your head or something? Somebody need to check Robyn, because I think she got a closed head injury up in that piece. I think she's walking around with a walking concussion. Oh, our relationships would have been fired up if I would have just been able to stick my tongue in Cody's mouth in front of the other wives. That would have set it off. Like, what are we talking about? What are you talking about? These women, there is a reason that rule was in place. There's a reason why that rule was in place. Kody said that when I was with, I just had Janelle and Meri. Meri was sitting up in my laps all the time and just, pawing me to death. And that's something that even Janelle has said in Becoming Sister Wives, the book. That part of the reason why they had that rule is because Meri was constantly pawing at Kody. She was demanding she wanted high affection. And even though Janelle wasn't necessarily into it, PDAs and all that, like, it could be uncomfortable. I mean, I'm sure everybody out here, I'm sure. Okay. I'm sure that everybody here had that one friend or a couple that you go out with, they pretend like they can't keep their hands off each other because they just so in love. That is the most annoying. Like, look, I'm not mad or adverse to people showing affection to one another. But if you guys look like you clawing each other, you about to get down on the floor and get downtown in a damn restaurant, like, that's too far. Okay. And man, Robyn, the funny part is you joined a family, an established family. If you wanted to recreate the rules of the family, or you wanted to establish affection rules for the family, then a course of action for you would be one of two things. One, you could have had a conversation with the OG3 and discussed and talked to them about the possibility of having that type of relationship. They would have shot it down, but that would have been one of your options. The other option, because that's so important to you, the other option, find another family. Find another family. Either a family that is into doing that kind of thing, or you find a family that hasn't formed yet. So you get a husband who intends to have additional wives. You become the first wife, and you help set the pace, set the tone for how those relationships are going to develop within the family. It's very difficult for me to understand how you think you could walk into a business or start a job or join a team or anything, a club, after school club, who has done this thing this way for 20 plus years. And because you show up, new kid on the block, you decide in your mind that you have a better way of doing it. That's going to go over like a fart in church. And I'm being very, like, people going to be like, that's disgusting. That is disgusting, but I'm telling you, it could get so much darker, so much worse. I am holding back so much right now. I am telling you. So, excuse the expression, but it could get way worse than that. I'm just saying. Like, and you're talking about like jealousy. If people, Meri hinted at it, and this is something I've always felt. If you want those kinds of relationships, in my mind, I'm like Robyn. In my mind, my hypothesis on this particular situation or type of relationship is this. If you want to have a relationship where you can openly show affection to the other person in front of the other people, and really, the only way that this type of relationship works, polyamory, polygamy, polygyny, whatever, plural, whatever you want to call it, open, whatever the case may be, the first foundational principle that must be in place is that everyone, and I don't mean the new one, I mean everyone in that relationship has to feel comfortable in that relationship, has to feel secure in that relationship, and has to feel like they are being heard in that relationship. If you don't have communication, open communication, meaning transparency, not honesty, transparency. Transparency versus honesty. Honesty is when I ask you a question and you tell me the answer, a truthful answer. That's honest. Transparent is before I even ask the question, you're already explaining it to me. And I don't see that in this family. What I do see is jealousy, envy, pettiness, insecurity that very well may be sparked by the fact that Kody was sitting back and he was putting these women against one another because he wanted to be in the exalted position as no, all eyes on you, no eyes on me. You can't see me. The old I think John Cena, who got it from 50 Cent's buddy. You know what I mean? You can't see me. Oh, his name escapes right now. But that's what I'm saying. So that he put y'all all against one another. Now all of a sudden she want to come in there, Dr. Fix It, want to show up and try to prescribe something. If you don't sit your ass down for something happened to you, then you go in there, oh, well, I think that, of course, you're going to say that you think that you guys should be able to show affection because you're the one he's showing the most affection to. Yeah, it's easier. This is the same thing last week when she sat there and said, oh, yeah, there's something wrong. If you're keeping score, what are you, enemies? That's easy to say about the person who's... That's easy to say from the person who is winning. Okay? If I'm crushing the hell out of you, we playing any game ever. Darts, pool, basketball, football, what Sega, not Sega, PlayStation, show my age, playing PlayStation, and I'm crushing you. Dodgeball, I'm crushing you. Okay? We don't need to keep score. In fact, if you keep score, it only will be depressing for you. If I'm winning, but you, as a person who is behind, may very well want to keep score because you want to know how far you have to go to get even. You want to know where you are in the situation. So you will want to keep score. So yeah, for Robyn to sit there and say, oh, I think that we should have been able to hook up in front of one another. What's wrong with that? Yeah, that makes perfect sense for you. Because you can't force, like, the part of that hidden treasure is Kody is a person and he has autonomy, which means that Kody could decide that he decides who he wants to kiss or be touched by, or who he wants to touch and show that level of affection to. So all you guys were trying to do is greenlight him doing the things that he's doing to you in private for him to be able to do those things in public. Because as soon as one of these women or all these women would have got together and said, yeah, that's cool, we could do that. Kody gonna show affection to us in public in front of each other. And he's over there clawing all over freaking Robyn on the couch, climbing on top of and everything else. And y'all sitting there watching a movie, and you at family functions. The second you go to say something, that he turns right around, both him and her turn right around and say, you agreed to it. Stop acting jealous. You being petty. Now you trying to change the rules, all that other stuff. This is why I say, even from the beginning, we talk about the land, we talk about the relationships, we talk about sex and sexuality, we talk about opening up the relationship, whatever the case may be. You don't ever agree to something you don't agree with. If these women would have agreed to that dumb shit, they would have, that's all they would have saw. That's all they would have saw. Oh, well, you know, I was over at Robyn. I had to give her a kiss goodnight. You know what I mean? You know what it is. Well, can I get a kiss goodnight? I'll give you a handshake. You know what I mean? Meri. Oh, Meri wouldn't even get a phone call. He won't even stop by the house unless she got a check hitting the door. You know what I mean? Like, oh, please. Please. This is so ridiculous. Oh, let me check. I saw some stuff come through. I got to give folks a props. I'm just, I don't know. And that damn, before I get into that damn, that Ari, what kind of Nimrod? This child went to school all day. You don't get out early for Valentine's Day. I've never been at a school where we had half day for Valentine's Day. So you dumbasses receive this vanity cabinet, this vanity desk or whatever. And you decide that you're going to wait, 20 minutes before she get home? Half hour before she get in? If you super slow? If you've ever put furniture together, it's not a 4-hour ordeal. Like, you should not be taking smoke and coffee breaks between putting together a little ass desk. If you've ever put anything together, like, there shouldn't be enough time where you get like a 15-minute. I need a 15-minute break. I've been working for 4 hours. Putting a little ass desk together, you should have hired somebody. If it's that difficult for you, you should have hired somebody, because the last thing you need to do is have that child put a can of soda on that thing and it crush her damn legs because it fall over, because you don't have no idea what you're doing. If it's that bad, stop it. That was ridiculous. So you wait for this child to almost get home, and then you trying to rush and put stuff together. What were you doing all day? What were you doing? You should have got up as soon as she walked out the door and got on that bus. You should have got up, just put the thing together. You could have went about your business. And then you have it sitting in the living room. Who the hell sits it up in the living room? You sit that kind of thing in her room, and she gets to come in, and you set up her room so that way she come in surprise. Boom, it's right there. She can see where it's going to go, how it's going to fit, what it's going to look like. Not these two ninnies. Like, I don't know. They just so fake, and it's hard to watch them. Like, I guess all of them have dumbass little things that they do, little knick-knack, paddywhack bullshit that they do. I mean, it is what it is. But it's so annoying to watch them do it, because they're so dishonest about everything that they have going on in their lives. It's dishonest, so it's difficult to watch, because the whole thing about, like, the relationships, if you were honest about the relationship, things fell apart because with the foundation of us not being able to kiss in front of each other is the reason why the relationship fell apart. No, the reason why the relationship fell apart is because these women didn't trust your husband. They didn't trust their husband. And more to the point, they didn't trust each other. And the reason why they didn't trust each other, they didn't like each other, they didn't trust the husband, the man they were married to, is because of the way the man that they were married to conducted himself. It's on Kody. Sorry, not sorry. Like, that's on him. So, and that goes 20 years, because as Janelle, Janelle's mom had to say something to you. The fact that Janelle's mom had to come to you, that would have been an embarrassment to me. If my wife's mother had to come to me and tell me something that my wife did, something that I did that my wife didn't like, and her mom has to come to me and talk to me about it, the first thing we would talk about before we talked about whatever it is I did would be, why don't you feel comfortable or feel like you can come to me and talk to me about it? Why you got to involve a third person to come to me and ask me or tell me that you're upset about something? If you're upset about something, the fact that she didn't feel, can we stop right there? The fact that she didn't feel comfortable in coming to him and saying, off rip, Kody, I don't like this. Meri, this is getting a little too much. The fact that she couldn't do that tells me all I need to know about your relationship. She wasn't secure in a relationship back then. Oh, man. I just don't know about these people, boy. Like, you guys are the worst examples of polygamy possible. Like, everything you do is just crazy. Like, if you were trying to convince people that this is the way it's supposed to go, I don't know what to tell you. No wonder the church, the church is looking at Kody sideways. You making them look bad. And my favorite part, what did Kody say? Kody said, where is it at? He said, Kody was like, my religion isn't a cult, but marriage is a cult. If you think marriage is a cult, then bruh, I got to tell you for sure, your religion is 100% a cult. If marriage is a cult, especially legal marriage, if legal marriage is a cult, then your religion 100% is a cult. Because you specialize in marriages. The only thing that one of the principles that sets you apart from the LDS faith, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody here no different, let me know. The major sticking point between the AUB and the LDS church is the principle. The fact that the AUB folks live the principle. That's the major contention between the two faiths. So, if your faith specializes in marriage, and you say marriage is a cult, then your religion deals in cult philosophy and propagating cults. Makes sense to me. Makes sense. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, what that comes down to is I'm tired of this backpedaling and shit. Look, if you're going to say what you're going to say it with your whole chest. Stop being a coward about it. If that's what you feel like your religion is wrong, say your religion is wrong. Don't, I ain't saying they're cult. I ain't saying nothing bad about them. I'm just trying to say that, marriage is bad. What makes your religion your religion? Marriage. So you might as well just go ahead and say it, because you're still probably gonna get in trouble, bruh. I don't know, but let me check these. We have Diana Hernandez. Okay, $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, Diana. Let me give you a little something, Diana. Thank you so much. Let me hook you up with a little something. All right. Thank you so much. Brittany not Brittany with the $9.99 super chat. Brittany not Brittany, one of our mega mods. Okay, before any BS poops off tonight, mods are watching to chat for trolls. Please remember, not everyone's a troll just because they disagree. Respect is a reciprocal action. This is so true. Thank you so much, Brittany not Brittany. That's 100% true. Yeah, like, just so we're clear, like, if you disagree, I don't care. If you disagree with me, I don't care. I really don't care. I'm not that dude. Like, I'm not, you guys, moderators, make sure that you police the chat. If anybody says anything about me or my positions, make sure they're immediately blocked and exiled from the chat room altogether. That's not me. Okay? If you have a point, state your point. If you have a position, make your position known. The only thing I ask is be respectful. What do I mean by be respectful? A lot of folks say be respectful, but they don't explain what be respectful is. What be it from my position, what being respectful is, we can debate ideas, we could debate issues, we could debate characters on the show, but what we can't do is besmirch one another or do personal attacks. If you don't know what a personal attack is, then I mean, that is crazy. A personal attacks, especially since we're watching a show where they have nothing but personal attacks. But an example of a personal attack is to call somebody dumb or stupid or call them a name or what have you. So let's be kind to one another. Folks can have difference of opinions. Look, I'm just saying that, like my little Coyote Pass example, that's not something that I made up. That was something that was going on way back when, about a year ago, 2 years ago, when we were talking about Coyote Pass. Those two sections of Coyote Pass were paid off during the pandemic. That's when I made that particular thumbnail or whatever. That particular picture with the paid off things to show which ones were paid off and what they still owe and how much they purchased it for. That's where that came from. So it wasn't like I just made that up this morning to counteract what Robyn and Kody said. That was a couple years ago. So the two pieces of land that they were still open, that they were still paying for, that they had to pay for because the contract that they signed was that you pay for all of the land or you get none of the land. So even though the two large parcels were already 100% paid off, they couldn't receive those two parcels until the other two parcels were paid off. So any money that was invested in those two parcels to pay them off, what was the total? Here we go. What was the total? The total was, let me hold on one second. The total was still got stuff up there. What is going on? The total was 180. So it's 480 at that time. So by that metric, if they hold on. By that metric, if they didn't pay for if they didn't pay off the other two parcels, they would have lost almost $500,000 in that investment as a family. And I say as a family, not Cody and Robyn. I say that as a family because the family contributed towards the purchase of that land under the auspice of the agreement that they had previously. Now, in real terms, we could, if we broke it down and itemized it, you could easily make the argument that a majority of that land belongs to Janelle and Meri because they did not use the family funds to purchase property. If Janelle went out and bought a camper or RV, she used her money to buy the RV. That was her money. We can sit here and debate all night about that being a waste of funds, but that was Janelle's money to waste. She didn't waste the family money doing that. She didn't get the money from Kody to buy that RV. She bought that RV with her money. Okay, just like Meri. We can sit here and talk all day about Lizzie's in. Meri used, whether you like her, love her, hate her, I don't care. Facts are facts. Meri used her money, not family money, to buy Lizzie's in. So when you take those two things off the board and you look at what's left, the only people who had homes that were purchased in part by the family were Christine, Cody, Robyn. Christine paid her money back because it was her share of money that went towards partial on the down payment, and she paid every mortgage payment after that herself. And then the sale of her home would have covered Cody's half of Cody, Robyn, really the families, because that's what was used, the family account, which helped Christine get into that home prior to her selling her house. Once she sold her house, she paid that money back into the family account. which went to purchasing Coyote Pass. Now, if everything is fair, everything is equal, then that was Christine's contribution to the family. And so therefore, technically, that should be still Christine's land. That land should be getting split up 5 ways and not 4 ways. Because Christine, she gave up that land not because she didn't contribute anything to it. She gave up that land to relieve herself of the headache of having to deal with Kody. That's what it was. That's what she said tonight. That's what was established even way back when. Please go back and watch any one of my Coyote Pass videos where I talked about it. Everything I'm saying tonight is things I've said at least last year or the year before last when I was talking about damn Coyote Pass. So, I mean, that it is what it is. But yeah, once again, I 100% agree with Brittany, not Brittany. Dropping facts per usual. Let's be kind to each other and be respectful of the mods. Or, you know, it is what it is. Brittany, not Brittany. Let me get then I'm gonna drop the drop it up in the drop the link so you guys can start calling in. But Michelle Woods in the house. Michelle, what's going on, girl? I haven't seen you in a minute. How you been? Hopefully everything is good. Life is lovely. Michelle Woods in the house with a $5 super chat. Welcome back. Michelle Woods is one of our OG players, triple OGs up in the house. I hope they didn't get that vanity set from IKEA, right? If they got it from IKEA, there's no excuse why that shit wasn't together. I've heard and read too many stories about babies getting crushed by furniture. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like IKEA, you might have like extra parts. Why I got all these screws? Well, probably because you should be drilling them in the wood chips. That plastic ass furniture. Yeah, but yeah, you know what you don't get from IKEA for sure? Bookcases, dressers, like big furniture, especially for little kids and little kid rooms. Because a lot of times, and this is, this is what I've seen and what I've kind of felt when I've seen people with IKEA furniture. There's no evidence or like empirical evidence or studies to back this up. This is just my experience and for what I've seen with some of the IKEA furniture. I feel like, and I do woodworking, so I feel like some of the IKEA furniture isn't as stable because the center of gravity isn't right. Like the base isn't symmetrical to what you're building. So it doesn't like it. You really need to, if you have like something from IKEA, they come with like a little strap that you put the screw into the back of the furniture, and you can screw that strap into the wall, preferably a beam in your house. Put it in that joist, like because if not, there's a possibility that bad boy might fall over, especially if the drawers are open. That thing might come over onto a child. So very good point, Michelle. Like I said, the way them two put it together and Kody doing all that chit chatting and talking, apparently he don't really strike. I don't know. Because he got like the whole little bag and he had like I saw he had like a little power drill, not the power drill, but the driver. It didn't look like a drill. It looked like an actual driver. So, I mean, you got the equipment, bro. Like, I don't know why it's taking you hours. Like, why you scared your daughter might walk in and catch you putting the furniture together. So, but yeah, good point, Michelle. Was glad to see you. Okay. Then we had YouTube's My Time Machine. YouTuber's My Time Machine. $5 super chat. What's going on, YouTube's My Time Machine? Again, one of our triple OGs up in there. So now we know Coyote Pass was being held up because he didn't want to rush Robyn. BS. I think it was, I believe he didn't want to rush Robyn. in conjunction with the fact that, like Janelle had said, I think that he was trying to frustrate him out. I said that shit years ago, though. Go back, check my videos. Once again, check the damn Coyote Pass videos where I think I had one where I said straight up, I think Robyn and Kody are trying to steal Coyote Pass. I think they were out 100%. And I said in that video, I feel like I'm a fortune teller. I feel like the great Swami James. I see. Where's the envelope? I don't have any envelopes in there. I see the future. They're trying to steal the land. Why won't they let Cody and Robyn get their land? Because they're trying to steal it. You know, they're trying to frustrate them out. So they get frustrated and say, oh, the hell with it then. You can have it. And then all of a sudden, Robyn and Kody would have walked away with $1.5 million worth of land. Ooh, go figure. You know, kind of what they did with Christine when he was over there hollering in her ear the whole time, talking about, oh, yeah, you owe me money. Oh, yeah, you're going to have to give me money. And what's up with Meri and Janelle sitting up there talking about they scared of Kody, what he going to do? But you, look, you know, I'm just saying. Like, I bet you ain't going to do nothing. That's what I bet. I bet he ain't going to do nothing. You say whatever you want. Go crazy. You know what I mean? I wish a mother would. I'm like, oh, I don't want to say nothing because I think he's going to do something. Oh, okay. Well, you go ahead and say it. You go ahead and say what you got to say. Because if you come over here tripping, his last known address is going to be the doorstep, okay? That'll be the last time they see his ass. Look, if you want to show up on a carton of milk like the old school days, missing. You understand what I mean? Straight up, don't even play with me. You already got them for like all kinds of money. You got them for millions of dollars. You gonna sit up there and talk about I'm scared and shit. He need to be scared. Like somebody took that much money from me. You talking about they sold the property on estimate, they got about $300,000 a piece. You think that I'm gonna be scared of you? You trying to get me for 300 bands? You know what I mean? I feel like I'm on taking. Good luck. Good luck. I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna put some fear of the Lord up in you. Good luck. Okay. I like to see you do it. I like to see you do it. Come on down, Playboy. This the Price is Right. You got the right one, baby. Come on down. I'll leave a light on for your ass. How about that? Come through anytime you want. I'm 7-Eleven, baby. I got 24/7. I'm open all. I might not always be doing business, but I'm always open. If you can feel what I'm saying, little Boondock Saint salute. Might not always be doing business, but I'm always open. Yeah, that is crazy. I think he was trying to frustrate him out, make him mad, so that way he could, oops, and then get him to sign the paperwork, giving them the land because they so frustrated. And then when they turn around and sell it for 1.5, he would have said something to the effect of, well, I just gave them all so much and they took advantage of a player. Oh, it's so ridiculous. No. No, sir. We're not doing that. Let me give YouTube is my time machine a little something. Mm-hmm. Oh, then we have Brittany, not Brittany. She's back. 499 super chat. This is also close-ish. Big G. Cody and Robyn are trash. Janelle should not have had to spend her grieving period dealing with Robyn's feelings. This is also true. And that's something that I had not considered at the time I watched the show. But the way this kind of plays out, for those who have like the bingo cards, and keeping score, because, we don't like to keep score around here in the polygamous families. This was around the time when they were out there, when Janelle was out there talking to Meri. This is after her son had passed away. And they're still trying to figure this out. The craziest part is that after everything happened, Cody is still not trying to act like he got some damn sense. Everything with him is a scam and a get-rich-quick scheme. This is something Madison said on her previous podcast where she was saying that he always did like these get rich quick schemes or whatever, always trying to, do this or that and the other to try to get money. That's what this feels like. Like, every time I'm in the room when somebody comes up with somebody comes up with a plan, I don't invest in it. I don't put my time in it. I don't put any money into it. But just because I was standing next to you when you were talking about it or even thinking about it, all of a sudden I'm a equity share partner. Not only am I an equity share partner, I'm a full-fledged 50-50 partner now. That is crazy to me. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. And this is one of them situations where, again, money and funerals, man, it's just dirty work. Like the fact that you got to rip off women that you were tied to, you got kids with. Like for me, finding peace would be if I can give you what you are due and owed. And maybe if I can work it, give you a little more. You know what I mean? Just so we can leave it where it is. Everything is cool. We don't have a problem with each other, and we can continue to see each other during holidays if necessary. Or if life events happen, we can show up to weddings or funerals or graduations or birthday parties with no problem. That would be worth it to me. It would be worth it to me. It's not worth it, however, for me to allow you to take advantage of me. And that's where the difference between what I'm saying as far as Robyn and Kody are concerned versus where Janelle and Meri is concerned. If Janelle and Meri walk away from this deal and you let him take advantage of you, you're never going to find peace, because every time you think about that shit, you're going to want to run up in somebody's damn mouth. That's why you don't let people take advantage of you like that. For Cody and Robyn, you guys, out of everybody, you guys are okay. Dude, there's really no reason. Like, not only are you okay, let's keep it all the way a stack. We're gonna keep score. I know they don't like to keep score, and part of the reason why they don't want to keep score is because they don't want you to add up all the shit that they actually have versus all the stuff that the other wives don't have when they walked away from the marriage. When Cody and Robyn walked away from the marriage, all the marriages, Cody and Robyn walked away with a $1.5 million house. $1.5 million house that they spent just as much on housing just Robyn and her kids than they did on Coyote Pass. When they bought Coyote Pass, it was about the same amount of money. So you gave Robyn all that money, and you want us to believe that you're treating all the wives the same. If you're treating all the wives the same, why wasn't all the wives sitting in an $800,000 house? You're treating all the wives the same. And if you didn't give them $800,000 to buy a house, how come they didn't walk away with $800,000? You didn't. So in other words, if I have 4 wives and one of my wives, I give them $1 million, and I got 3 other $1 million for my other wives because I'm encouraging them to buy houses too. Right? So I give my one wife $1 million to go buy a house. Babe, go get that. Bam. The other 3 wives, they don't buy a house, they rent or whatever. Okay, so they get a little bit off the top. They should be walking away. Okay, maybe they don't get the full $1 million, but they damn sure should be walking away with, like, they're not spending a $200,000, $300,000 on rentals. So Meri, I think she spent $5,000 for her rental a month over the course of the 12 months. 5 times 12, 60. So, okay, fine. If she spent $60,000, she's there for 2 years. That's $240,000. You gave each one of your wives $1 million to buy a house. Then how come where the rest of Meri money at? Where the rest of money at? And Kody and family wasn't even paying Meri's rent. Meri was paying Meri's rent. So you still owe her $1 million. Janelle, where's her $1 million at? Okay, fine. She wants to lead a family. Cool. You want to keep the land. Cool. Give her $1 million damn dollars. Let her go. Since you want to keep all the land, you got to pay them. You don't just get to keep the land and not, I can't give you the money because I don't have it. And I just want the land because I want it. Like, that's not how it works. So, like, there's no equity in that. And I think that that's part of the big problem. So it is what it is. But Yeah, that whole idea that Janelle had to fight this fight while she's mourning her son. And then, like I said, if the rumors are true, if she had to go back later and argue, fuss, and fight with Kody over Big G's estate, that's even crazier to me. Like if she's sitting up there not only dealing with the loss of her son, but she has to argue with you over stuff that he had. And Kody sat up there, like he kind of implied tonight that he had a conversation with his two sons from another mother in Arizona when he went to Arizona. You know what I mean? Like, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Unless you were talking about like directly Hunter and Logan, or maybe Hunter and Gabe, or Logan, one of those two, as opposed to Garrison. Even if you had a conversation with Big G's before he passed, that doesn't fix everything. That doesn't mean you're automatically back in the will and you're entitled. You know what I mean? Because you got to have a relationship with them. Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, you're not entitled to somebody's stuff unless you had a relationship with them. If you couldn't call them when they was alive, don't look for their stuff when they gone. But that's kind of where I'm at. Let me give Brittany a little something. Thank you so much, Brittany. I appreciate you. All right. And then we have one more I'll do, and then we're going to open up the phone lines. Let me drop that into the chat real quick. And if you guys have a difference of opinion as far as Coyote Pass from any assessment I made tonight, feel free to call in, or you can leave a message on SpeakPipe. I'll leave the thing down below at speakpipe.com/mytakeonreality. Voice your opinion there, and we'll respond back to it on Thursday. All right, but don't be shy and don't be going crazy in the chat. Call in and make your voice heard. I'll give you an opportunity. Next up, we got Teresa Skinner in the house, one of the OG triple OGs, founding members. Teresa Skinner in the house, super sticker, 1999 super sticker. Gotta give a little something. How you been, Teresa? Hopefully everything is going well for you. I see you in the chat sometimes. Here we go. Teresa Skinner. All right. I didn't drop the damn link. Here's the link, guys. Beeps. I'm gonna throw it up top. There we go. All right. So if you guys want to call in, feel free. Yeah, it's like I said, I'll have to do I'll put some videos together. I did a video about Robyn and communication that I thought was actually pretty decent. I talked about not only Robyn and communication, but across the board, how you see reflections of that even throughout Utah. And I'm going to do some more stuff on that, even with regard to like Kody and his presentation and how he presents himself. So I'll be dropping that video. Also, make sure you're if you're in the membership, you have a membership. We're doing a motivational Mondays. Tomorrow, I have a really good one. Here's the crazy thing. Story time. When I was putting together the I was thinking about what I wanted to do for the Monday morning motivation. And I was kind of going one way. And then something struck me earlier today. And I had to go back and rework everything. So I had to start from scratch, back to the drawing board, because I had something else pressing on me. And I don't know where it came from. But it's just the idea of talking about like being, not so much like striving for success, being successful, but the part of, being successful that nobody talks about. Like everybody, when they do the whole, like, you can be successful, you can be a winner. They talk about like winning as like, you just work hard and things will happen. But nobody ever really addresses like the importance of learning how to lose. Like we all know how to win. Winning is fucking easy. Like who can't win? Like winning. Who doesn't want to win all the time? You know what I mean? Winning feels good, make your skin glow. But it's losing. That's where a lot of hard lessons are learned. That's where It's not losing, it's the lesson. Like, you can learn a lot of things. And I talk about that more in detail during the course of the Monday Motivation. So if you guys are have memberships, you can see the Monday Motivation. I gotta stop saying Monday morning because I have to shoot it again later tonight or tomorrow morning to get it out. But I want to get that out for the Monday Motivation. That will be available to you. And if you're not a member, it will be available on Wednesday for you to watch. And I encourage everybody to watch it, check it out. And more to the point, like, I was even thinking about it. If these are things like the motivational stuff, I know not everybody that you know is in the sister wives stuff, and I get that. But if there's somebody in your situation in your life that you come across that can use anything that I say as far as the motivational thing is concerned, just share it with them. You know what I mean? And recognize this. One of the funniest little shorts I saw was there was a guy who was saying, like, oh, I have all these things that I say, and sometimes I wish that my significant other, my boyfriend or husband, could see these messages. And the guy said something that was very true about the way the algorithm works. Unless he or she are specifically looking for that type of information, they will never get it. So if you have a young person in your life who you think could benefit from this, or a friend, or family member or whoever, and you think that they could benefit from something I say, that's why I put it out. So somebody who can maybe use it or use it in a positive way has that tool as a resource. And the fact is, unless they're subscribed to the channel, or they, I guess predominantly because a lot of the stuff that I cover is sister wives, unless they are big, huge fans of reality TV or sister wives, they won't get that message. It will never drop into their queue. So, if you want to share it with them, feel free to share it with them. And I encourage you to do so, because that's why I put them out. It's not just so, me just sitting there trying to, beat my chest, or, oh, look at what I'm putting together. I'm trying to do something that actually maybe could help somebody who needs it. Because like I've always said, and this is why I try to encourage, even something that Brittany had said earlier, part of what I try to encourage is for this group or community to help one another and encourage one another, and be mindful about how you talk to each other, because you never know where people are. You never know, just because somebody is walking around and they have a huge ass smile on their face and they clicking their heels and they joke all the time and they're the funniest person, most liveliest person in the room, that doesn't mean that they're not going through things. That just means that they're very good at covering those things up. Okay. I could be going through some terrible shit, right? And I'll come in and I'll do the best I can to try to make people laugh and try to make people feel at ease. That's just who I am as a person. And what I learned is that if you don't have some kind of outlet or some kind of resource to be able to vent that or channel that energy into something, it will burn you out. It will burn you out. So that's part of the reason why I do like the Monday morning motivations as well, is because I'm trying to give folks an outlet, so that, one, if it's information that you can use, you have it at your disposal. Two, it's just a way to say you're not alone. And some of the things that you're going through you're not by yourself. It's not unique to you. The world and the universe isn't cursing you because you have these issues or these problems. These are things that affects a lot of people, because everything that I put out is stuff that either I've gone through or things that I've thought about, because I was either faced with a challenge, I lived through that challenge, or somebody close to me had that challenge, and then trying to help them work that out. So it's just a way for us to be able to help one another. And again, if you guys have words of encouragement or stories, I invite you, when I release those Monday motivations. I got to stop saying mornings. When I release those motivational videos, drop your story in the chat, because you never know. Like, I might say something and maybe I'm close to it, or I'm talking about a subject that they're interested in, but you might have a story or a testimony or something that you've experienced, which might actually speak to directly to their situation. And that's part of what I try to do too. And I try to open up the conversation for us to be able to have that conversation. So, with all that being said, which is a lot, we got some folks in the queue. But before I jump to those folks, I'm sorry. Let me just make sure I hit my people because I don't get too far behind. We have unlimited lipstick. Okay, now watch out, Jack. $6.99. She's like, I never run out. I'm always ready. The clips of Robyn and Kody being a perfect couple make me want to vomit. Yeah, I was reaching for the barf bag my damn self. It was crazy. Okay, we're gonna say full on crazy. I am not a fan of their self-produced. We're going to try to make ourselves look better by sitting here telling these bullshit stories to one another. I'm not a fan of that. So, what do you think about love? I feel as though our love is the most specialest, wonderfulest thing ever. And when you look at me, girl, I feel like the world is a wonderful place. Not that those other wenches, women's, didn't make me feel special too, even though I got on TV for the last 2 years consistently and said a bunch of disparaging things about him. I didn't mean those things because apparently the fan base didn't care for me saying those things. So I'm sorry. There's nothing worse than somebody apologizing for some shit that they're not actually sorry for. Can I just go on record saying that right now? There's nothing worse. I would rather you say nothing. You do me wrong. Don't say nothing. If you're not sorry, don't give me a fake ass apology. Don't give me that bullshit about, well, if your feelings was hurt, I'm sorry you felt that way. Don't give me that. If you're not sorry that you did something, sorry meaning that you recognize what you did, you recognize the effect that that thing had on me, and there's an inherent promise that you will not only try to do better, but you will try to make me whole in whatever way you offended me or whatever it is that you did to me. Unless you mean sorry that way, save your sorry. Okay, save your damn sorry. Don't change your story. Don't come back in. Oh no, I didn't mean to call them ugly. I didn't mean it when I said I was never attracted to them or I never loved them. Because to me, the fact that you said that makes it worse. If you were lying when you said that, that makes it worse. That's worse than if you said that you loved them. Then what that tells me is, on one instance, if you said I never loved you, just to be, I'm gonna keep it a buck. When I think of you, my stomach turned over 4 times. I was throwing up in my mouth every time I thought about coming over to your house because you disgusted me. If you said that shit and you meant it, okay, it's hurtful. It's hurtful as hell. But okay, you're being honest. You're finally coming to the truth. Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. But if you're just going to tell me that you said that, because this is what he's saying. I said that because I was deliberately trying to hurt them, because I was intentionally trying to be cruel. And you think that makes you look better? Bruh, maybe you guys shouldn't be writing your own scenes. Think about that. If you thought that shit was going to work for you, maybe you guys shouldn't be writing your own scenes. Just a hint. But thank you so much, Unlimited Lipstick. Love the name. Unlimited Lipstick. Little something. Give you applause for the comment and the name. It's awesome. Next up, we have Just Jules JG. $5 super chat. Struggle today, strength tomorrow. Okay. Hey James, the best part of the show is Kotex saying Robyn, aka Chin, is queen of shopping. Yeah, right. You are the queen of shopping. I wasn't sure if that was a confession, an accusation, or he was just saying, if you buy one more damn thing, if I get one more Prime box on my steps, we're gonna have a problem. You know, and then Robyn looked right back at him. What the problem gonna be? Huh? I divorce your ass and take half your money, introduce you to your greatest fear, poverty. Because that's exactly what you're gonna do. Robyn been setting that shit up for years, Jack. Because Robyn, if you listen to what she said, and I'm gonna go on record right here, right now, saying this. If you listen to what she said, she essentially has been saying since COVID that Kody has been mentally, verbally, and she didn't say physically, but she said that she's been getting mistreated. I have to say it that way because of YouTube. But you feel what I'm saying. Like, she is setting his dumb ass up. And he tonight went on and said, you are right. I'm sorry for the way I treated you. I'm sorry. And this is where your divorce lawyer would be like, you stupid mother. If you don't shut the hell up, you are blowing your case wide open, brother. You're blowing your case wide open at that point. He's sitting there talking about, I'm sorry I did this to you. All the things you've accused me of, I've done. And I did it because I was hurt in pursuit of my illegal activity. That is not an excuse, my man. Now you are going to get roasted. But thank you so much, Just Jules. Let me give you a little something. And I like your I'm gonna give you a round of applause because I also like the struggle today, strength tomorrow. Telling you. Oh, one more. And then we have Sarah Desert, $2 super chat. Super sticker. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate you. Sarah Sahara Desert. That's awesome. Let me get a little something. Yeah, that was a cute camel. Yeah, thank you guys so much. And next up to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. What the heck? Okay. Next up to the stage, we have somebody we haven't seen in a long time. And I was thinking about her. Welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, after her absence. But she's returning, I'm sure, in full form. Negla 3, welcome to the stage, Negla 3. How you doing?
Hey, James, I missed my Monte family.
Yeah, how you been?
I've been doing good. I really, really have. It's kind of literally when they went on their little vacation or whatever, the show, I was like, okay. I was like, okay, well, I really only watch Monte because like most of your content is, sister wives. But then I was going through Hulu the other day, and I was like, oh, not Hulu, Netflix, whatever. Anyway, Amazon. And it was like, new episodes of Sister Wives. And I had been seeing the notifications, but I still didn't think they were on. And I was like, you know what? So earlier today, I watched all of this season's you know what I mean? The ones from after the little, break or whatever. And I was like, you know what? I have to watch them because I love my My Take family more than I can't stand them. You feel me? So I said I'm gonna have to get back into the show because I miss my Take. Yeah.
We love having you.
Yeah, I really do. Mama Betty never reached out to me. She was like, girl, where you been? In her voice, like I heard her voice in my head. But all right, so I got my notes. Hold on, and I apologize. I'm just slightly hoarse. Can you still hear me though?
Yes. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, great. Okay.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right, you know how it's like every show. There's something you say. You always say something that like sticks in my brain. But I promise you, tonight I am going to go to bed thinking about bullshit souffle and scallywags. Okay, I'm just telling you. Stupid. I need the recipe from Lord Fauntleroy and Robert. I need that recipe for that souffle because they got it down pat.
I'm telling you, master chefs over there. Hey, 3-8
Absolutely.
works.
Absolutely. Okay, now I'm gonna get down to, I make my notes. I just feel like they don't want to do. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think that Christine, or not Christine, but Janelle and Meri are really scared of Lord Fauntleroy. It's just kind of like, how you had that one cousin that always, how's the weather? Well, when I went outside, it was too hot. Oh, when I went outside, you know what I mean? It's 67. Bro, you running around in short. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? It's like they always got something to say. So you don't want it. You just don't feel like hearing their BS. Do you see what I'm saying? I think that's what they meant. Not about they don't want to like poke the bear or whatever. It's just, I just don't feel like dealing with him because you know how he gets when he gets in his little moods. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so there was someone in the chat. Since I think it was Sarah. I think it was. I don't remember. Let me not call names. But they were saying that because I was saying that really all of them contributed except for like to the household, except for Robert. I don't really feel that Robert should get as much. And my thing is that Christine, first of all, did work. She worked part-time. She was a gas station clerk at nights. But during the day, she provided free daycare and she taught those and she homeschooled those children. So that is that in and of its, I mean, shoot, I used to pay $135 a week and I made like $300 a week. You know what I mean? This was like when my baby was like, my oldest was like, real little. But you understand how much. Imagine if they would have had to pay for daycare for all them kids, just so Christine could, go work or whatever. What she did, keeping the house clean and all that stuff, that was a contribution in and of itself. So I don't. That's why I don't think they really expected her to contribute money. And so, and then Robert, even though allegedly she's had part-time jobs, I don't know. But she's the biggest drain. She's okay. Have you ever seen Diary of a Mad Black Woman? She a label hoe. Like she got to get name brand stuff. The others might like to, buy nice things and stuff like that. But Robert has to have, it was made by a woman who only makes 300 or 3 dresses a year for her little fake dolls or whatever. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. She has to have the most exclusive of the most exclusive. The other women are practical. Meri still had stuff from when she was growing up, furniture and stuff that her grandma had. You know what I mean? It's not like she's out buying new furniture every season or what have you. So, I mean, she's very frugal with her money. And yes, she only had Leon, but she still contributed the same amount as everybody else of her salary. So it's not fair. So that's why I'm saying Robert should deserve the least. But I'm gonna get to that in my last point. But hold on, let me see my next point. My next point is that, so this is the thing. Lord Fauntleroy can try it if he wants to say that he deserves a part of Garrison's estate or what have you. But I'm telling you, I'm an Army brat, and my daughter's father was in the Navy. And I'm telling you, as soon as you graduate boot camp, you have to sign your will. You have to put power of attorney in place, all of that. So whatever arrangements Garrison made, which at that time he was on the outs with his father. So whatever arrangements that grown man made, that's what the military has to abide by. Lord Fauntleroy could not come in there and say, well, I'm his dad, I deserve half to. No, the military makes it very, very clear. So, and I mean, I know this. So, anybody with, military background or history or whatever would know that. So, let me see.
Well, the only thing I would say to that is I understand where you're coming from, and I agree. I think that with the things that were already set in place, it would be easier. It's way easier for any court after that for them to decide in favor of Janelle, because there's documentation that establishes that she should be the executor of the will or administratrix of the will, as well as the beneficiary. The problem that you have though is that I can see Kody trying to file paperwork or sit there and browbeat more to the point,
Just
not
to,
necessarily go legal, just
yeah,
browbeat him and try to guilt trip him into, well, I should have some. He's
yeah,
my son too, and all that.
yeah,
So yeah, I
yeah,
100% agree with you. Like legally, I don't think he has a leg to stand on, but I don't
yeah.
think that's
No,
going to stop him.
or if anything, he will drain her to the point to where she has to get a lawyer, then she has to pay money. He knows she's gonna win in the end anyway. But you know what I
Right.
mean? That like he's fighting with Christine over child support for the baby. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? You know I think the baby's 18 now. I think,
No,
but
she's 14. 14.
oh,
So I
she's
think
only
she just
14.
turned, yeah, 15 maybe.
Okay, okay. Well, but either way, but you get what I'm saying. He just
And
want
she's
he like he did with Coyote Desert.
hmm
He just wants to cause trouble for them because he believes that they grieved him so much. You get what I'm saying? Like he wants to
right.
pay them back. And that's going to get to my last point. But my next point, I want you to have this friend that has a YouTube channel. She's an attorney. And I want you to have her on because I have a legal, she might be listening. If she is, sis, call in, please. But um, this is my legal thing. Hold on, I gotta flip over to my notes. Let me see. I believe this is what I've been thinking. So none of them were legally married to Lord Fauntleroy except for Robert, right? And
Hmm.
so if they can't come to an agreement outside of going to a judge or what have you, I really, really believe that what the judge is going to do is going to look at it as basically a joint partnership or something. You know what I mean? Treat it as a partnership. And Meri, you contributed, you know, $3,000. Meri, you get $3,000 back. Christine, you contribute. I mean, not Christine, but Janelle, you contributed XYZ. You get XYZ back. Lord Fauntleroy and Robert, y'all are married. So under the law, you are one person.
Right.
Unless those funds came from a bank account that said Robert Brown or Lord Fauntleroy Brown, you are one person. They keep wanting to act like it's a family and all this stuff. No. The court is going to treat it as you are one person. And then I
Hmm.
don't know if I know I think Christine did a quit claim deed or something. So I don't know. And I know she paid her money back from the sale of her house. She paid it back into the family. But I think something should be done to absorb all of that money into and be split, all three ways. Because I'm saying that desert needs to be split three ways. That's
Right.
my
Right.
that's my personal opinion. If you're not going to do it by percentages, then just split it three ways, and that's it. But
I,
they still, you get what I'm saying? So,
no, I think you're
um,
right. I think at the end of the day, they because of the speech and the way that they did the show, I think that it makes more sense in context of the show for him to try to create a distinguished personality or a distinguished bank account between ownership of Robyn Brown versus Janelle, Meri, Christine, and then him. He tries to pretend like, oh, everything that Robyn has, that's just Robyn's, and I have
yeah,
nothing to do with it,
right,
ignoring the fact that he's taking his income and he's
yeah,
putting it with Robyn. So technically, you guys are operating
exactly.
in tandem with two
Thank you.
incomes, and so that's how you're able to get stuff. But same, because you guys are operating with two incomes, that does, like you said, that doesn't excuse the fact that at the end of the day, you guys are a partnership. Because in order for them to be able to establish, it's not even really enough for them to have separate bank accounts. They would have to have separate bank accounts established that predated them being married. One, two, that they could establish that the money or funds that they were getting that were going into those accounts were coming from something separate that had nothing to do with them being married or
Which is
income that they
what
had.
Janelle and Meri can prove.
Right.
Janelle and Meri can prove they filed taxes separately. Meri, until whatever year they tricked her into divorcing him, um, she can prove, you know what I mean? This is all my money. This is all separate. Meri worked. Matter of fact, she lost her job because of the show, and then she got another job. Meri worked, and just because she only had Leon she still contributed equally.
Right.
If Christine had to give 25%, Meri had to give 25%. You know what I mean? But she only had one child. So you get what I'm saying? So if literally, I really believe that if Lord Fauntleroy forces this to go to a judge, which I think he's going to be as truculent as possible. He is like just going to be obstruction after obstruction after obstruction. If he forces this to go to court, I'm telling you, that's what I believe the court will do. That's why I want your lawyer friend to, kind of. I know she doesn't necessarily know. Where are they? Arizona law, but
right.
yeah. But I've listened to a couple of her podcasts, and she's really good. She's cool people.
well,
But
because the only thing with Coyote Pass, they've already settled Coyote Pass. So I think that a
they
lot of what
have.
yeah, they already settled it. So they wound up dividing it four ways. So each one of them walked away with 25%, which gave them about $300,000 because not only did they settle it, but they sold it. So they each got about $300,000 a piece. And I think that,
So he
like,
got over. So he got over on Meri and Christine. I mean Meri and Janelle. Because
yeah, I hate to say it.
doesn't my theory make sense? It should have been split into thirds.
Right. No, I agree.
If you're not
I
going to
agree.
do it in proportion to the contribution, it should have been split. If they had gone to court, that's what would have happened.
Hmm. Well, I think that in addition to the property as far as Coyote Pass is concerned, because unless you guys were willing to come up off of some of the ownership in the McMansion, then you definitely should have gave them the third positions in Coyote Pass. Like you guys each
Yes.
walk away with one third, and
Yep.
if Cody and Robyn could maintain the ownership of the McMansion, then
Mm-hmm.
you definitely give them like, okay, guys, you can walk away with a third of Coyote
Yep.
Pass. We keep the McMansion. You're still winning.
Yeah.
You're still winning.
Yeah. They're
So,
still
and that's
coming out ahead. Yeah.
right, but that's what I mean. Like, yeah, I would have gave them like I like to think that if I was in that position, I would have gave them the 33 and a third of Coyote
Yeah.
Pass, so that we could walk away from that and we could still co-parent. We could
Right.
still attend various things. And by co-parenting, that's not just for when kids are little. I'm also
No.
talking about for your adult children, being able to show up when they start having children, they get married. You
Exactly.
want to be able to go to those events without there being a problem. And so,
Which has been happening, and that's why I started it. Earlier I said, because there's a channel I watch. It's about like divorce and things like that. And I used to work for child support enforcement, and a lot of times I saw how the non-custodial parent, who was mainly the father, would get the shaft. And there's
mhm,
this one channel that I watch, and literally he ends every single video with, "You have to love the child more than you hate the other parent." And
absolutely,
that's just
absolutely,
it, period, point blank. And that's
right,
where I am with all of them. But I think Lord Fauntleroy is so busy hating the other mothers that he can't see that his children do love them. I'm mad at my dad right now, but I bet you what, if I didn't ring his phone every Saturday night at 11:55, he gonna drive to Ohio. You
right, right.
understand me? You get what I'm saying. We're gonna have a conversation. you know so
Mhm.
you just have to love the child more than you hate the parent. And these kids are most of them. There's only one minor child that's outside of his marriage with the I keep wanting to call her that word. Stop it. Anyway, with Robert.
Right.
So you know what I mean. So he does have time and the ability to save that. But I'm telling you, with him not being present and fighting her mom over everything and this, that, and the other, David's there every day. David's the one supporting her. David's the one caring for her. David's the one, you know what I mean, that she sees. She knows that Lord Fauntleroy is her father, but he's not doing nothing. That's why
Mhm.
if I'm not correct, didn't Robert's oldest boy go to live with his dad for a little bit, or go back with, or reconnect with his father? One of the children, if I'm not mistaken, did. Am I wrong?
No, no, it was Well, all of them. I mean, in fairness, they all took turns saying they wanted to reconnect.
Okay, yeah. Well, because they
You
were,
know,
see, this is the thing. They had been alienated. Robert
right?
had basically said, he don't want you, and that's, and the dad didn't feel like fight, just like with Meri and Janelle. They beat him down so much. Look, I'm just gonna give him up. Now, for me, I'm not in his position, but I can't give up custody of my kids. I can't give up my parental rights. I would never do that so somebody else
Hmm.
could adopt them. But that was the position that he was in, and that was his choice. But the children know who to come back to. They know
Right.
where, and I'm not saying their dad was, great or whatever. I'm sure some of Robert's stories are true, but I just, I don't know. I just that literally the entire time is just every time. First of all, I fast forward past Christine's scenes, and I'm sorry, but I like Christine, but her and David can't go 3 seconds without kissing. And I'm glad y'all are in love. I'm glad y'all in the
Mm.
honeymoon phase, but I fast forward past her scenes. Some of Cody's BS, I can't. It's like, I have to pause it, take several sips of an adult beverage, and then hit play. You know what I'm saying? To make it through some of these episodes, because they're on so much, BS. Meri, I think, does have a good thing going on, but I wish we would see more of her. I don't know. I don't want to say life, but yeah, the world doesn't revolve around him. I realize the show does, but everything doesn't
Hmm.
revolve around him. With Janelle, I love seeing them go out to Tater Farm for the first time, and we're gonna put the well here, and we gotta clear these trees. You know what I mean? I love seeing that. But I think this is gonna be their last season. I just have that feeling.
Yeah, yeah, I'm kind of in that camp. Like, I think that ultimately it just comes down to, you know, if as they try to figure out where they want to go from here, especially if they want to move on past this season and or get a spinoff, they
Yeah,
have to establish their identities beyond their relationship with Cody. And I think that that is actually one of the harder things, not only for the TV show, but when you look at people who are in long-term relationships or marriages and they get
separating yourself
divorced.
as a
Yeah,
person.
it's
Mhm.
trying to, it's trying to part yourself from just your identity is shook
Sure,
because you were always paired with this other person. That's who you were for so many years. Now all of a sudden you're a different thing. You're a different person. You have a different identity because you're no
perfectly
longer that
said.
person. Yeah,
That's
and so I think they're kind of struggling with that a little bit, but they're gonna have to figure it out. Because I agree with you. Like it's going to get long in the tooth listening
yeah,
to Meri, Christine, and Janelle still recount stories of when they were dealing with Cody,
right.
especially if you're not dealing with him anymore. And then
Sure.
I think I can see the fans saying, okay, well, fine, you're not dealing with them anymore. Leave them
Quit
alone and
talking
move on
about
with
her.
your life. Yeah, like
Right.
don't give them that power because that's also a thing too. Is that if you because the
Absolutely.
more time you spend on somebody who is a negative or toxic person in your life, the more time you spend on them, the more energy you give to them. And the
You're
more
right.
energy you give to them, the less energy you have to deal with the things that are happening in your life that you need to deal with. You
You are
understand what I mean?
absolutely right. They become a drain. They'll become a
Right,
succubus on your, you know
right.
what I mean, your life. And see, I think that if TLC did like a show, like a if Meri really got this bed and breakfast up and running, you know what I mean? I don't know. People say that they've stayed there. She's always fully booked. Every time I'm going on there just to kind of be nosy and, like peek on prices or whatever. She's always booked. So, you know what I mean? Maybe filming, what it's like being owning a bed and breakfast. Christine could do a cooking show. I uh Janelle could do something about Tater Farm, starting, documenting, the growth of Tater Farms. The thing is, Robert and Lord Fauntleroy, they can try if they want, but I promise you that's going to be the lowest rated show.
Right.
I mean, you get what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't even watch just to be nosy. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I
That's
wouldn't
one of
even
the
watch just to be
challenges. Is
nosy.
that I
Yeah,
think the biggest challenge they have, even from TLC's perspective, and one of the things they have to balance out is that the way Robyn and Kody are going right now, they're on a path where they're just saying more and more ridiculous things. And
Yeah,
this is just my genuine feeling. The problem with that is like if you have, when I was a kid, I would watch the cartoons or whatever, and you
yeah,
would see like the Superman, the Spider Man, and when they were fighting little street criminals, it was like, oh, this is cool. But the second they start doing something bigger, right, and they're
yeah,
saving the world, you can't
yeah.
go back to fighting
No.
mothers. Like you just saved the world last week. you know, it,
Right.
you know,
Why the world
what are we
gotta blow
doing?
up every week?
And I feel like that's the basic problem that they have. And I understood this even as a little kid, but I'm saying like
Yeah,
updated to now, as bad as Kody is, and as what like that, I'm at a point now where I'm just watching him say crazy stuff, like just craziness
you,
come out of his mouth, and then
you know.
we're getting to the point of like, how far can you go with this before you have to actually do something insane?
Well,
You
see,
understand
you
what
know
I mean?
what it is. I think it's sort of like that. Remember in the 80s, like sitcoms, like you come home from school and like Growing Pains and Different Strokes and all this, that would be on, or whatever. You watch the little 30-minute shows, and after a while it's like, okay, like Different Strokes, how many times is Arnold gonna be picked on, and then Willis and Mr. Drummond got to come in and be Captain Save, you know what I mean? Captain Save Arnold, you know what I mean? How many times,
Mhm.
so then what they do is then they have a baby. That's usually their last season, okay? And I think Robert and Lord Fauntleroy are trying to get it all out now, because I know you can't tell me they don't see the writing on the wall. You can't tell me they're
Right,
not, and they're not getting the big checks that they were, because remember now the checks are actually split equally. The
right.
checks aren't coming just all the, what I mean, all the Lord Fauntleroy and he doles them out as he pleases. No, that's their money. They can do with it
Mm,
what they will. And Lord Fauntleroy is always going to come out on top, because for some reason, like I said, they treat Lord Fauntleroy and Robert as separate people. They are the same in the eyes of the law. They're one person. I mean, the
right.
Bible says that, and they're supposed to be, I don't know, Mormons, Christian, whatever, LDS. Either way, the Bible that they believe in does say that when you marry, you become one flesh. So you're and in the eyes of the law, you're one person. If you sue my husband, my stuff gonna get attached too.
Right,
So
right,
I just,
right.
I just think it should be, instead of instead of 5 ways, it should be split 4 ways. That's my personal, and that's why I want your lawyer friend to call in. And then, what's this thing with Sister Wives Closet? Why didn't they shut down the cart?
Look, I have I'm doing a video on that, so that'll be coming out this week.
Okay,
Like,
okay, cool.
yeah, I have a whole position on that. Like, I think that's utterly ridiculous, and it's scammy as hell. It's scammy as
It's
hell.
very scammy, and Meri, to have Meri say, "Well, I don't know what's going on," so no, woman, your name is on there because they emailing you.
Hmm.
You feel me? They hitting you up,
Right,
not
right.
Robert. They probably are hitting up. Actually, they're hitting her up saying, I've been emailing Robert for the past 6 months, and I still ain't got my necklace. That's
I ain't got my
overpriced.
I don't have my necklace and I don't have my
My
money.
overpriced 10 necklace.
Right, right.
Can't do it. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, a video on that would be actually cool. Are you coming on with Sarah tomorrow? Or you guys still doing Monday?
Uh,
Oh no, you do Monday motivations now, right?
yeah, I do Monday motivation. She's still doing Sister Lives, so she'll be
Okay.
on tomorrow night.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. I like her. She's cool people. I want y'all to get together. Or you know what I
yeah.
mean.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're
But
saying.
yeah.
No, but I appreciate you calling in,
Oh,
Layla. I've been missing you. I've been
you
wondering where you
too.
were. I was
You
hoping you were
too.
okay. I know
Yep.
everybody got stuff going on, so
Yeah, I had to get back with my take family. So you take care. Everybody out there, please have a blessed week. And we'll see you next week.
All right, awesome. Thank you for
All
calling
right,
in.
guys. Take
All
care.
right,
Thanks.
bye. Yeah, Negla in the house. Let me just check one thing. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're good. Next up, we got Janet Unlimited Lipstick in the house. Hello. Hello, hello. Janet. I'll come back to you, Janet. And then so you got Betty. What's going on, Betty? How you doing?
Oh, wow. Hey, Boo Boo Bear. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to pop in on me like that. Let me put this cigarette out.
Surprise!
I'll smoke on camera. Oopsie. Uh, make sure my little nighty thingy is up. Look, I was gonna say something about Robyn, but now I just looked down and realized I've been wearing my damn yoga pants inside out all day. Ain't nobody said shit. Don't I? I done been to
Hey,
Walmart and everywhere. Oh well.
that's what family is for.
I
They
just
just
feel like I'm eccentric. I'm allowed. I'm old. They'll just think I'm an old woman. It'll be all right.
yeah, right.
But well, I do want to thank you though, because your community is more than sister wives. Like,
Mm,
I'm sure you talked to her, like Michelle Page from across the ocean. Because of
yeah.
you, I've reached out and we made a connection. I talk to her at least twice a month to check on
Okay.
her. And, like I said, I reached out to Negla and I talked to a few people on here separate from the show. So yours has made connections for people that goes beyond the sister wives. Same as your motivational Mondays. I love those. I look forward to
Oh,
them.
thank you. Thank
I just
you.
love
I
them
appreciate it.
because I'm
I
way older
definitely
and I have a
appreciate
lot more stuff, but I still like your take on it, and I do like to share it
it. Oh,
because
that's
it gives
awesome.
people character, that or letting people know they can reach out. And I would love for
Right.
anybody to know that, like, I mean, like, hell, I don't sleep. I'm old.
Mm.
I'm up and down all night. Little bladder, big drink, little bladder, and they know they can always reach out to me. I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning,
Right.
which that's what like. So let me. I went off on a tangent because I was looking at my pants and then got sidetracked. But like that was the Valentine's dinner thing. That
Mm.
like she had to have known what she was getting because she looked at it. Oh, it's so pretty.
Yeah.
I get
Yeah.
more excited when my dog goes on the pee pee pad. Then I'm like,
Well,
oh, good girl, good girl. That she
I
looked at
tell
that
you
jewelry.
what.
And said, oh, pretty.
What's insane is giving a person who is supposedly a jewelry designer jewelry.
Mm.
Like,
And it's
she's
still
supposed to be
ugly.
designing jewelry. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
maybe that's what she likes. She's like, I like ugly jewelry. That's my thing.
I like turquoise too, but that shit stuff was ugly. Well, just my personal taste, not to offend hers. It's just that stuff was like, mm, looked like that came from some QVC.
Yeah.
Order
That's
something you
I'm
don't
sure
know
he
what you
spent
get.
thousands on it. I'm sure he spent
Well,
top
yeah, but
dollar on that junk.
well, I've seen some ugly ass jewelry but I spent as much as like, and that's what you got, really? Of course, I mean, I prefer like smaller things. I mean, like I like my little pearls, my little clutch my pearls. I can clutch my ears. Uh, I mean, but that's all. I mean, like I have tattoos. Not everybody likes tattoos. So,
You're right.
I mean, May 8th is our anniversary, 40 years. He been tied to me. He's stuck. So, I mean, they asked what I wanted for my anniversary. I do not want jewelry. Last year I asked for a vacuum. They're like, really, a vacuum? I'm hell yeah, I'm old. What the hell am I going to do? Die and put it in my casket? No. And I sure as hell ain't spending that much money to say, here, you may have it. Nope.
Right.
So this year I'm
Passing
getting
on.
another tattoo. Uh, my husband's like, really? That's what you want? 40 years married and all you want is a tattoo? I'm like, hell yeah, give me some ink therapy. So, but he's just trying to find the parts that are not so wrinkly that it may not go in there and go, duh, 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 duh. But,
You just
I'm going
gotta
to have
hold them
fun with it
tight.
anyway. Look, I'm going to do
That's
it
what
on
I'm
my
gonna do.
hand. I'm going to get me some silicone and put it on my hand and be like, go ahead, knock yourself out because I want butterflies.
There you go. There you go.
Well, really what I want is a badass dragon. But, my badass dragon would probably end up looking like a limp Willie. Like, more like Peaky Dragon. But let me get off that because, I tend to go on a tangent and you have to reel me back in like a fisher. But That was, and then the respect thing. Oh my God, when he said that, that child, no child, none should ever feel that they even have to pose that question
Hmm.
about why do you not like me?
Right. Right.
And then he still projected that onto everyone else. I mean, I would be devastated if my children, or even if it was one of my close friends, said, "Why do you not like me?" I would
Hmm.
be devastated. I would be like, "Oh my God, I cannot believe you feel this way. We need to fix this now." And then when
Right.
Robyn said, "Oh, well, that sounds like a confrontation," she's just feeding into it. But yet
Right.
her
Right.
child gets, she wants her child to have everything. And then the piece of crap they got her, like, I'm sorry, the child's I have fluffy children. Don't get mad at me. But she's a little on the fluffy side,
Yeah.
little on
Yeah.
stocky,
Well, you never
which
know
my
though,
child
because
was.
sometimes
I
they
mean,
thin
like,
out when they get taller. They had a growth spurt and they just rail right out.
well,
Like you
one of
never
mine
know.
did, one didn't, and like, I'm just saying, like, my little girl was a little on the fluffy, and that sturdy furniture was a must. But I mean, at her age, her knees were hitting that sucker. That was a waste of money for that
Yeah.
vanity. That was a waste. If you're going to do it, at least get her something that would be more preteen,
Hmm.
that would last her into her teenage years. That's why I said, y'all gonna come
Yeah.
after me. And I didn't mean anything by the fluffy comment because my husband's fluffy. My daughter struggled with the fluffiness. Of course, that probably don't help what I
Yeah.
cook because, just like tonight, I did a lot
Well,
of deep fried chicken.
the one thing I would say is that it would make more sense, especially because she's a young lady, if it's something that you want her to carry into the future, get her something nice that would last. I think that that's part of the whole thing is that just get her something nice that would last. And I see, like Sarah said, TLC paid for it. I get that, but even if that was the case, put some money to it. Get her something nice. Like you
Give her
guys
something
have it.
that's going to be nice or
Get her something
last
nice.
or,
Yeah. I
you
mean,
know,
I would just do it that way just because. And if it's
and then,
something that you guys have to put together, and if it's something, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, brutally honest. If TLC has to put together a moment for you to spend with your children, then that is also part of the problem that you have with your kids. TLC doesn't, but if I was shooting a reality show, TLC doesn't have to manufacture uh, intimate moments between me and my children. They don't have to
oh
come
no,
in and say, James, this is what you need to talk about. I would just sit down and have a conversation with my kids because I have that type of relationship with my children. I don't need somebody else coming in and saying, James, you give her this, and then we'll just film you giving her to her. I'll give her what I need to give her because I'll give her what she wants or what she needs, and it'll be from me, from the heart. It will be a genuine experience, not something put together by TLC or some production company. That's just my feeling. But even with regard to Aspen and her mindset, if Aspen can articulate that she felt like you don't care about her, not that you guys are having issues, difficulties, or problems. She asked you, why don't you like me? And then for Robyn to say, oh, that sounds like a confrontation. Hell yeah, it's a confrontation. But the fact that she has to present that should be a problem to you. The fact that she had to muster up the courage because that's what it would take for a child to ask their parent that particular question, that's a courageous question. Why don't you care
oh
about
yeah.
me? And the fact that his response is, oh, it's the mothers because they say shit. Look, she's an adult. Aspen is a grown ass woman who is fully married in her own house. Her and Christine weren't even living in the same place while you were going through your divorce with Christine. You know what I mean? They weren't living like Christine was in Arizona. She kicked you out of the house one year. She didn't move out to the next year, but she was living in Arizona. What's the name was living in Utah. You could have been talking to her. If I have a problem with my kid's mom, it's
Hmm.
not going to affect my relationship with my kids because I have an independent relationship with my children. I don't rely on my wife to talk to my kids for me because I have my own relationship with them. And that's
Yeah.
I think that's why that she asked the question.
Not only that, but I mean, your child, they're an adult at this point. I talk to my son, and like we have a certain conversation. My husband talks to him. We don't talk at the same time. I don't depend on my husband to communicate with um my son,
Hmm.
and I don't depend on my husband to communicate with my daughter. And what we talk about stays, I mean, it's not really a secret, but there are some things we talk about that they're more comfortable with me because I'm really open. Like,
Hmm.
and some people don't care for it, and that's okay. But I mean, I like to be really, really open, and I like to be really, really honest. And I'm always tell my kids the best you can do is always your word is your bond. Always, man or woman, your word is your bond. Say something, do it. And your character is always doing the right thing when you're not getting a pat on the back. Sometimes not anybody ever sees it. And when you can, even when you're skeptical, because I mean, my one son's a cynic, like, okay, but you don't know somebody's story. I mean, just the other day, I gave a lady a $2 tip, which was nothing. I mean, literally nothing. It was my change that I had from a 20. Not to say I got money to give out, because I don't. I'd be broke, girl. I'd be living paycheck to paycheck.
Hmm.
Wait, no, that's Social Security. But it made her cry because I
Right.
recognized her because she had waited on me several times, and she works her butt off. But as a just a young woman living, she doesn't have any family. She hadn't eaten that day. Now I could not give her any more money. It bought her something to eat that day, but I mean, like, just you never know what somebody's situation is. She wasn't begging for it. She never asked for it, but it changed her day. Sometimes just a simple smile will change somebody's day. Saying hello,
Right.
being that shoulder to listen. You just need, and I don't think Cody has ever been there for his children that way. It's like, they don't need money from you. They don't need physical, like, things. They just need your time. They need your, and truly undivided attention, and truly the undivided love that you can give them. And I don't think he'll ever do that. And I think RA, poor thing, bless her heart, is probably going to be a focal point because she's younger, so she wouldn't know really much better. So they focused on Ari a couple different, and even in his cameo that he did, where he's talking about his little girl being too heavy to do a handstand. There was no
Yeah,
reason
I
to
saw
even
that.
bring her in that. There was no reason to bring her up. And if you're going to say it,
Right.
you didn't have to say she's too heavy. All you simply had to say was she doesn't have the arm strength
Right. Right. Which
to
a
do
lot of,
that.
I mean, in fairness though, because especially depending on the build of the child, it might not even be a heavy thing. This is more of a center of gravity thing than it is even a strength thing. Because she could be strong as an ox, but at the end of the day, it just depends on like whether she can manage her
The
center of gravity.
agility.
Yeah,
Girl,
and
my
it's just
center of gravity said, "Flip flop."
right. I mean, if you ever had
Yeah.
a kid who hit a growth spurt, they might be walking into shit because they're not sure how their body works yet. Like they're still figuring their body out. It's just
Oh, yeah.
I
And
think
their
it
strength,
was
because I
kind of
mean,
rough.
like, my son's not as tall as you, but I mean, in middle school, I mean, I had to put him in counseling because he struggled with temper and anger management
Mm,
because he was picked on because of his ADHD. But I mean, like, he was so strong, he could literally like punch somebody and hurt them. And he
right.
was only like 13, 14. So, I mean, like, he never threatened anybody. He's got a heart of gold.
Mm,
But just, if you're being picked on, you will come after somebody.
right.
So, comes by it naturally. I mean, I try, as I've gotten older, I've let stuff kind of roll off as much as I could. Sometimes I tend to snap back or be a little salty, but that comes with the pepper. But I won't keep you because I know you got lots of people calling in, baby. But I do want to thank you for all your, not just your motivational Mondays, but the other things you do that bring this community together. And then it's even when they were in hiatus, still being able to talk as a group, as a community, and even when we're not together, being able to reach out to people and make sure they're okay. It means a lot.
Oh, okay.
And you
I
did that.
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I'm proud of you, sweetheart.
Thank you so
I'm really,
much.
really proud of you, baby. All right, I'll talk to you next time because I got to hush because I keep on yapping.
Well, I
I got to
appreciate
go
you
check my
calling in.
northern beans, and I got northern beans cooking anyway, so I got to get up here and go stir my northern beans.
Okay.
Grr.
You don't burn
Do
nothing
them.
up now.
Look, I've been looking for ham hocks here. Nobody here knows what the hell a ham hock is.
You
Right.
got to hit south.
I
You
done
gotta
went
go
everywhere
southern.
looking. They're like, found some chicken claws, but I'm not touching them suckers. But I did finally find something close to fatback because I was making my
Right.
northern beans and cornbread.
Okay.
And then I made some deep fried pork chops and some homemade fried taters with red pepper and onion.
Hmm.
That's probably why I can't lose weight. Of course, if I can catch it and fry it, I'm gonna.
There you go. Put some delicious on it. They call that
Yeah, I'm just
flavor.
not trying no damn possum. Look, but I did see a cute. My husband wouldn't let me have them. I found some out in my yard. Some of them's little. What do you call them? Little, not the little Faraday looking things.
There's not squirrels. Beavers?
No, not a squirrel.
Not beavers, though.
Not a possum. Groundhog.
Oh, okay.
Girl, I was trying to catch it, and my husband wouldn't let me. He's like, "Are you nuts?" Because it was a baby. I was like, "Just let me take it, please. Just let me take it." So I
Oh,
wish
don't
me
do
luck
that.
on that.
Don't do
But it was so
that.
cute. And my husband's like,
Don't do
"No, have you lost your damn mind?" I'm like, "Well, maybe, but I
that.
put it out in the backyard, feed it some carrots. My garden's not out back; it's out front." But let me shut up because I tend to get off on,
All right.
I go off on.
All right. You
You
have
know
a
me.
good
I'm
night.
like a squirrel. Bonk. All right, bye, baby. I love you. All
I'll talk to you.
right, bye, baby.
Bye. All right. We have let's see. I'll try Janet one more time. Janet?
Hi, James. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well.
I'm sorry about before. I was trying to unmute myself and I don't know how, but it went out of the screen.
No,
So,
no worries. No worries.
um, yeah, everybody who's come on with their commentary so far, like, is kind of like thinking along the same lines as I am, I think, that like well, like just what they were saying about like the houses and dividing up the houses and everything else. Like I feel like a lot of the points I make are definitely like me being repetitive, but like Cody like is talking about he's talking about like the houses and the contributions and stuff and how no basically like anybody who ever tries to criticize Robyn and not even criticizing her but just in any way not saying that she's a perfect angel dove whatever, it's like he always has to come in and basically be how like Robyn's done everything for the family, Robyn this, Robyn that, and it's like, oh well, we were able to buy this because of the when we sold Robyn's house, we used that to pay off family debt. And as usual, like he's presenting like a very small like piece of the puzzle, which is not at all like genuine in my opinion. Because first of all, Robyn wouldn't have gotten her house in Las Vegas. I think that's what he's referring to. If it wasn't for the family, that was made pretty clear. From my understanding,
Mm,
Robyn didn't work except for like the jewelry like company that didn't make any money, and of course like they all work for the show, but like he's talking like Robyn helped the family by using like the sale of her house, da 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 da. It's like, who paid the mortgage on that house though, Cody? Like I don't believe that she did. And like he's acting like she was the one who helped them, and it's like as if like that should like justify like the fact that they live in like a McMansion while other people live in like shitholes. And it like it's just she didn't pay for that house though, and I doubt she paid the mortgage. It's just infuriating. It's just like
right, right.
stop talking like she contributed financially. She didn't, unless I'm not understanding. I didn't watch the earlier seasons, but like she didn't, right?
Well, because the problem that they have is that I think ultimately it's the way they count. So they mask everything, which reminds me, I have to do a video about that too. But they masked everything about the show as we're going to divide it amongst Robyn, Christine, Janelle, and Meri. And
Mhm.
Cody pretends like he's just this non-fictional, non-tangent being that's just floating between each one of them, not recognizing the fact that if you're with Robyn and you're contributing heavily to her household, her lifestyle, or her assets, and you're not doing equal treatment to the other wives. So therefore, like for instance, if when he bought Robyn's house, he contributed $50,000. Just throw a number out. fifty thousand
Sure.
dollars out of his paycheck, out of his bank account to Robyn to get her name onto that McMansion.
Mhm.
If you don't give each one of the other wives, so if you're not parsing out another $150,000 to your
Mhm.
other three wives, then those wives are due and owing that they are owed that contribution. So just because you gave all of it to Robyn doesn't mean that you don't owe these other women anything. And I think that's the part that's kind of weird for me, as I listened to him talk about how he bought this and he bought that. The only way you were able to buy those things is because these other women made a way for you to get it. They were
Right.
paying your bills, which allowed you to take your personal money instead of you paying your bills. This is a perfect example. If you stand like if I lived at home with my mom and my mom was paying all my bills and she was feeding me and clothing me and taking care of me and paying my
Mhm.
car insurance and everything else, I could take my entire check and do some things,
Right.
right? As opposed to if I was taking care of myself, I would have to try to figure out how to do those things. And I think with
Yeah.
Robyn and Kody, they had a dual income because they were living as a couple long before Christine left, long before
Absolutely.
Meri left, and long before Janelle left. So
Mhm.
they had the power of two incomes, whereas the other wives had to figure it out with partial one
Yeah.
because some of their money was going towards the family, which is a fund that Cody controlled.
Right. I mean, they obviously couldn't have been struggling too much financially, Robyn and Cody. I mean, if like she could afford to pay a nanny, and the whole idea about like plural marriage and the idea that it's supposed to be able to work to have that many children is because you have multiple wives. So if like one's working, the other one can take care of the children. And the way he's downplayed like the work that Christine did to like raise those children, I'm not saying they didn't all like have a hand in it, but they all admit that like it was Christine who was like their primary caregiver, and him just like completely like because he was mad at Christine disparaging that like the contribution that that would be, especially with 18 children, like
Mm,
not or I guess like it would have been before Robyn, so like 15 children or whatever. So like it's enough children that like if you didn't have Christine looking after them, what would you have done? So like that was a huge contribution, but it was all like, well, you took care of the kids and that was the easy part. It's like the easy part, that sounds like somebody who's never taken care of children for sure.
right,
But like
right.
it was crazy to me that like they're like, well, we couldn't, we needed this house, we needed this house, we needed at least 6 bedrooms. And I know this, I'm repeating myself a little bit from like last week, but I like, what I don't understand then is when before Robyn came into the picture, a lot of these children, when they were young, like really young, they were there was a lot more of them than what Robyn has. And
Mm,
how didn't they live in a mansion before? Because if you need a 6 bedroom house minimum for Robyn's family alone, then how did you not need an 18 bedroom house or a 15 bedroom house? Like the same like rules don't apply, and they never have since Robyn's come in. And I would love to see him, I don't think he ever will, but I'd love to see him actually like admit that there was different rules, she was treated differently, the children were treated differently. If you've grown and you just want to be more a part of your kid's life, you have regrets about how you weren't there as much for the other children, that's fine. People are allowed to grow, and you don't have to just be a shitty father your whole life just because your other children didn't have the benefit that maybe Robyn's kids do. But like for somebody who's truly reformed, I think that they would admit that you're treating her children differently. And she like it was just a given that's like, well, she has to have this house. We can't rent a house that's like anything less than 6 bedrooms. Why can't you?
right,
You lived in a trailer with 3 wives. Like what? Crazy. Ugh.
right, right. Well, I mean, I think that that's all part of like, and this is one of the problems that I have with the situation as it's described by saying it, attributing everything to Robyn. The truth of it is that like kind of what Negla was saying. This has been my point the entire time. Like I've been covering Sister Wives. When they talk about Robyn's house, they're talking about Cody and Robyn's house
Mm-hmm.
because they're married. The McMansion wasn't just Robyn's house. That was
Mm-hmm.
Cody's house. The reason why he insisted that she purchase that home wasn't because he loved her kid so much and because he wanted to take care of her and that's what she wanted. He purchased that home for himself.
Yep,
He
I
bought
agree. He's
that
a
house
princess.
because he liked it and
Mm-hmm.
he wanted to have a big, expensive property in
Mm-hmm.
his name. That's why he purchased that house. And his understanding at the time was that he was going to have Christine's house and he was going to have Robyn's house. Even when he wasn't trying to be with Christine in a marital sense,
Mm-hmm.
he was still going over there to visit his house.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean? So
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
he was making financial moves and financial decisions. But what he does, and this is like something I'm going to cover in a video, is that what he does consistently is he uses Robyn as a shield. As much as he says he loves her, and everybody, oh,
Mm-hmm.
he's just peewit. He uses Robyn as a shield for the rest of us, so that he can avert blame from himself.
Yeah.
100%. Because if he was a real G, he was a real man. He would stand there and say, "Look, I got that house because I wanted that house.
Right.
I decided this is my house. This is the place I want to live." The only time he said my house was when he was sitting there saying that he didn't want to have Garrison and Gabe come to his house.
Mm-hmm.
But no, any other time when he's talking about finances, oh, that was Robyn's house. We bought that house for Robyn because we was trying to take care of her estate. When Janelle said that they were going to put their names on the Robyn's house. And he said, "Well, I want to protect Robyn's estate." That wasn't Robyn's estate. He wanted to protect his own property interest in that home.
Yeah.
100%. That was all about him.
It was all about him, and I think that like that's a good point for sure. Like that with him, like criticism of him seems to be like a huge trigger. Like any situation where he's being criticized, and I think it shows his like immaturity as a person because it's fine, like nobody maybe likes to be criticized by their children or by like their wives, and sure, like or their wife or who, just anybody. I understand it doesn't always feel good, but like he like the fact that he didn't want to be honest about his relationship with Meri, like when she had brought up like maybe they should just be honest about the fact they don't even have a marriage anymore. No, I don't want the public criticism. I don't want to do that. So basically I want to pretend until
Hmm.
I'm not able to anymore. And like with Christine leaving, it's like how it made him look, and him constantly being, well, the reason I don't have a relationship with my children is because she's talking to my children and she's saying things about the relationship, blah blah blah. I think that there's a good possibility that Christine sometimes did say stuff to the children that she shouldn't have, probably, especially the minor children, but even the adult children, I don't think that they should be put like in a position of hearing necessarily like yeah, and I guess they probably could see themselves that she was in a loveless marriage, but I do think there's a possibility she crossed some lines there. I'm sure she's not perfect, but I think he was very incorrect in thinking that the reason the kids were mad at him was because Christine was trash talking him, blah blah blah. No, like it wasn't, and they've made it very clear that it wasn't that. It was him, and the fact he wasn't showing any concern, not reaching out to them, not even knowing when their birthday is, da 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 da. Like, and like, just when you see like the difference in how he treats like Ari and Saul, and like they were making like the vanity table for them, which is nice. I'm not in any way saying I don't think he should treat like his children good now, like, and maybe realize
Hmm.
some of the mistakes he made. But it's like, did any of his other children ever get like anything close to that? Did any of his other wives ever get anything close to the treatment that Robyn got? And I would have to say no. I don't think so.
Right.
And maybe like he did admit, like, which I was a little bit surprised about the episode tonight, that he actually admitted he was saying he didn't love them because he was angry. I think he did that probably for a PR reason. I don't necessarily think that he did it like because he's had a big epiphany or anything, but like maybe he's has somebody being like, "Hey, it's making you look really bad to be saying you never love them." But either way, he admitted that. But then immediately he goes into basically why Meri and Janelle don't deserve like their fair share of like the money from Coyote Pass and all the reasons why.
Right.
And I contributed this and I contributed that, kind of going back into like the financials we were talking about before. But it's like he gets like, I was a little bit surprised he admitted that at least, but he's just, he never like, he can never ever seem to admit like what we all see is that you treated Robyn so differently that it's like it's hilariously like crazy that you don't think it's obvious. And I don't know if like he doesn't have any self-awareness, but it's like when you treat one person so much better, and I think I've said before, it's almost like a fairy tale, like a grim fairy tale. Like it's so it's so blatant that it's like it's hard not to see like Robyn almost like as a wicked stepmother or something, even though I don't think that she's necessarily like a horrible person, but like it's like she got everything. She got treated with like love, affection. She was given like a huge giant house, and like, and even if Cody wanted it for himself, like that's where she got to live. And that's where he wanted to spend most of his time. And I don't think people will ever be sympathetic to him as long as he like continues to deny the fact that he treated her so much better. And it's just, I don't know if it will ever happen, but it's just so obvious to anybody who watches the show. And I don't know, like, even I liked the fact that Janelle tonight said, like, hearing her say the diesel jeans model comment was like really funny. I started laughing actually when she said it. Go be with
Mhm.
your diesel jeans model. But I have questions just because I didn't watch the seasons like when they started or anything. I was put off by the show just because of like how Cody seemed and stuff when it first came out. So like I don't know if I'd be able to go back and watch like from season one just because I feel like there's like such a falseness to it. Like it's just knowing what we know now, it's it was very disingenuous to pretend like they were a big happy family and stuff. And I know reality shows don't really reflect reality, but I had a question for people who have actually watched all the seasons. Did Cody call her a diesel jeans model? Or was she actually a diesel jeans model? Because I think it's that he called her that. But
No,
like,
the first time he said anything about a diesel jeans model was actually on a podcast, a Mormon
oh,
Live podcast.
okay.
That was the first reference to him being a diesel jeans, her being a diesel jeans model, and I think
Okay.
even Janelle making reference to it, because if she was in fact a model, and they could like, I can respect the fact that if you work for a company,
Hmm.
you might not be able to say said company on a show. Like, I can
Yeah.
understand that, especially if you are a disliked character on said show. The
Right.
company might reach out with you to you and say, offer you. Their lawyers probably reach out to you with a cease and desist letter, telling you to no longer mention that you were employed with them. You're like, that would
Diesel
just be a
stock
thing.
going down.
Yeah, yeah. Don't talk about, because you're messing their sales up. The whole reason why they hire people is because they want to sell stuff, not because
Hmm.
they want to become the most hated brand ever. And I can see that. So it's weird to me that we never heard it before,
Right.
and the fact that they're said it now twice,
Yeah.
once on the podcast and then once on the show with Janelle saying it. I
Hmm.
kind of get the feeling like Janelle was just kind of being a wiseacre when she said it.
Definitely. I think so too.
I think she was just being a wise ass. So, which I mean, I respect the shade. I'm just saying, I just think
Me
she was
too,
being
me
a
too.
wise
But it's just like anytime it showed like Robyn and Cody and like just anything with them that's like romantic and it's so like manufactured and they're asking each other questions as if they know don't talk to each other outside the show. So that's also very disingenuous to me. It's like, so what do you really how do you really feel about, being monogamous? And do you think we
right.
could da, da, da? Like I don't believe that. But also, like, now that you just have each other and that should be making you happy, can't you admit like, can't you like, I don't think Robyn's stupid, and I think she knows she was treated a lot better than the other wives, and I think that that's shown by the fact that if that's even suggested, she gets super defensive about it. But now that like everything has happened and like, i- can't they just admit it? No, and they're going to be hated and they're going to be seen as villains. I think a big part of it is because of that, because it's like, I think the audience ends up feeling like they think we're stupid, and
Right.
it's so clear and it's so obvious. And I think that like even if their love is like ugh, gross, but like if their like love story is like they stay happy with each other forever, that's fine. Good for them. Like that's not for me to even like want to pay attention to. Like I think you said before, I don't think anybody would be, or maybe it was one of the callers saying like nobody would be watching a show with just them, even like to hate watch it. I
Yeah, I
don't
think that was
think.
struggle. I think that
Right.
was struggle. But I think that part of the problem, it's not even so much that they admit that they have a relationship. I think that that opportunity for them to admit that they're deeply in love with each other and the whole question about monogamy and all that is a little disingenuous because ultimately you guys blew up three marriages for
Hmm.
your relationship. And so, in a way, it's insulting that, hey, after we destroyed these three marriages and all these lives, is this something that you actually want to do? Like,
Yeah.
that's disingenuous. One. Two, we all know that you guys have a marriage, you're happy with each other, you chose each other, which is fine. I'm
Hmm.
not hating on that and I'm not mad about that. The thing that I don't like is that for years you've been telling us that that's not the case. That what we've
Right.
been seeing, what we've been feeling, and what you're now admitting was a bold faced lie. It's not true. We don't know shit, and then all of a sudden, like, yeah, that thing you said, yeah, yeah, the whole time, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Why are you not celebrating it? Why are you
Right.
not celebrating the fact that I've called you liars? I've said that you were stupid and you were misconstrued, and you've been messing everything up, and you've been bashing me for years.
Hmm.
And I've been saying this about you for years. Now all of a sudden I admit everything I did wrong, and you're not celebrating. This is
Yeah.
like if you were dating somebody and they were cheating on you, and you've been asking them about them cheating on you for years. They've been denying it for years. Then when you find incontrovertible evidence that this is what's been going on, they say, "Yeah, but you always knew that, so it's okay, right?" No,
Exactly. No,
no,
it
it's not
isn't.
okay. Not
No.
when you get caught. You can't get
No.
caught. They'd be like, now I'm telling the truth. No, you're not.
That's right. I
No,
think
you're
he seems
not.
to have a lot of problem with like personal responsibility. Like he doesn't, and that's unfortunate because that's actually like taking responsibility for what you've done is I think an important part of like being happy because you have to be responsible for yourself and your actions, and like you can feel however you feel and be in love with Robyn and all that, and like, but you chose to be with these other people. I don't know. But last point I'll make, just because I know how long I can go on. I'm sure there's other people who want to talk to you, but I did think it was interesting how Robyn was she was saying how she thought it was a mistake that the family had a rule about not showing affection. Right. And I
Mm,
actually think I think she might have a point there. Like I don't necessarily think that that's like sustainable or healthy, but I would say that I also think she's full of it because anytime that like anything comes up about the other wives' relationships, so I think
mm,
one time like I think they were even just talking about like where they would sleep, and like I think Janelle might have been talking about like the dogs be on the bed when like she seems very uncomfortable when the other wives are referring to anything to do with like them and their romantic relationship with Cody. And I would argue that I highly doubt that she would have been okay with him showing like making out or like not making out is probably like going a little far. I'm sure they wouldn't do that in front of them, but like coming up behind them and giving them a hug and like kissing them all over the neck or something. If that was happening, like if he was doing that with Janelle, let's say, we know he probably wouldn't have been doing it with Christine or Mary, but like if he was doing that with Janelle because they had a good relationship in that sense, I guess for a while. I don't think that she would have liked that at all. I think that like she would have been jealous and it might have given her like a taste of what it was like to be jealous, because I don't really think that she ended up having to feel that jealousy because she was on top. She was the favorite and she knew she was the favorite. And I just think that like I do think that she's going to find that like her life is very different now because when there is no favorite, like when there's no other wives anymore, like it's just you, and it's just a very different, it's going to be a very different experience for her, even though he wasn't like, he didn't really show up for the other wives and stuff. And I understand that it's been like, he's been like, Robyn has been most important, I'd say, from the get-go, like from when she came in. But like, they're kind of like us versus them mentality. It's like almost like a, you're not going to break us up, and like there was always something that they would be like, it's us against them, and it's like there is no them anymore, they're gone, they don't want your ass anymore, your bitch ass. So like now it's just
Mm,
you and Robyn. And I don't know, I'm not really like being very clear that's going on tangents, but like I don't believe her that like she would have been I don't believe Robyn. I mean that I don't believe she would have been okay with him showing genuine affection to the other wives. I think the only reason that she says that she thought it was a mistake is because like she knew that like she was the one that he wanted. So it wouldn't have been difficult for her because I think that like she had that security. And I just don't believe her. I just don't believe she would have been okay with him, like,
right.
hugging up on Janelle and like, acting really romantic, or like, and they also brought up like that in the beginning of the marriage, how like Meri would be sitting on his lap and stuff. And I thought that he told on himself a little bit there, because if you're going to be like, oh, like I never loved her and it was always awful and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, like she would sit on your lap. That's a pretty affectionate thing to do. That's something that generally people do when they're still in like a honeymoon phase. And some people like continue to do it, and that's great. But like, yeah, like it just, I feel like there was affection between him and all of the wives at one point, even if he was faking
Right.
it with Christine. But like, I don't know, I don't buy it. I just feel like it would have been better if we were just allowed to show affection. And no, I don't think you would have liked that, Robyn. I don't.
Well, I think that she would have been okay with it from the respect of, as she looks back on it, I think she would have been okay with it with respect of the fact that, when you're winning, you're okay with a lot of stuff. Like,
Exactly,
and if she thinks that she can
exactly.
sweep in, and say Cody could be in the middle of like, oh, he's on his way to grip and group on one of the wives, and Robyn could swoop in there and she could step in the way, and then all of a sudden she could start hooking up with him.
Right.
That's what she was looking at. She's looking at the upside of like, oh, he would be clawing and pawing all over me, and I could show these other women how much we actually genuinely care for each other and make
Right.
them look bad because they're not trying to do it. And there's also the very convenient factor of, while we're doing all this, where me and Cody are doing all this, and from Robyn's perspective, these other women have a culture where they don't do it. So
Right.
because you're willing to do it and they aren't, you automatically have an advantage coming into that situation. One,
Mm-hmm.
you're the favored wife, so he wants to do it. Two, these other women don't want to do it, and you're willing to do it.
Right.
So you have that advantage on them. But like you said, it might have very well been a different story if she'd have said, if the women would have said, okay, fine, let's do this then. And then
Mm-hmm.
as soon as Cody come in, he's getting attacked. I mean, he can't even make it across the room over there to Robyn's ass, because by the
Right.
time he hit the door, he already got like, if he get with Meri and deal with Meri and do all the things Meri want to do, he take two steps and here comes Christine. Then he finish up with Christine. He take another two steps. He dealing with Janelle. And by the time he get to Robyn, what I mean, his whole face is jacked up, his shirt sleeves all out, button busted off his shirt. Like, I don't want to be touched. Like, so
Yeah.
in that instance, no, she's not going to be a fan of it,
No.
especially if it's in front of her kids, and they can't get the whole, oh, they got soulmates. They can't do that stuff. Yeah, she'd have had a problem with it. I agree.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think that like just the commentary that she's had to like, I'm trying to remember what season it was, but like it's when she was in Tell All and she's like, well, you've got wives telling him that they don't do that or they don't like it. And that is not how you like save your marriage. And she looks
Yeah,
pissed, right? Like she thinks like, well, these bitches, like they don't take proper care of him like I do. And it's like, well, first of all, there's something gross about that, because I feel like if your wife is telling you she doesn't like something, then maybe she shouldn't do that thing. There's lots of other
you
things that
shouldn't
she could
force
probably
it
do.
to
I don't
do
know
it.
what
Right.
she's referring to, but it sounded like it was weird the way she said it. It was like, you got, they don't like it and they don't do that. Well, they were also brought up like to not like do certain things, probably thought that like certain things were like a sin, or you even married people
Well,
shouldn't do them.
I would say this, regardless of how they were brought up,
Hmm.
that's the woman that you with. That's the woman that you married. That's the woman you got kids with. You've been
Right.
with her for damn near 20 plus years, and she hasn't been doing a certain thing for 20 plus years. If she's not into it, she has every right to say, I don't want to do that. That I'm
Yeah.
not into it.
Yeah.
Or, even if she says, okay, let's try it, and you try it and she don't like it, then that's it. Like shit, just
Yeah.
because you married to it don't mean you own it. That's the part I don't like. Like when she tried to pretend like if your husband come home and he likes a thing, then it's your obligation
Yes.
as his wife to do what he likes,
That's what it was giving.
regardless of
Yeah.
whether you enjoy it or not.
That's
That's not how
basically what she was saying.
relationships work, and that's
Yeah.
not healthy. That shit is not
No.
healthy at all.
No, it was giving like pick me, like, well, like I know how to like, make sure that he's, I do all this and I do they and they don't and blah blah blah. And it's like it's exactly like you said, it's like it's gross to sort of be like, well, I do everything he asks. And I
Right.
do like what, and it's like, well, I've heard, I will say, like, I don't think in the context of like in the bedroom, but Christine, like, has said like those exact words. I used to do everything he wanted. And he was okay with Christine and like saw her in a very positive light until Robyn came into the picture, even if he was never attracted to her. But it's like she's like, I used to do everything he asked. And and when I didn't anymore because he wasn't giving me like a proper relationship, then everything
Mm,
changed. And if you truly love a person, you don't just want them to do everything you ask, like just without giving any pushback. And I think I've said before, I don't believe that Robyn doesn't give pushback about things. You see her give pushback all the time. And her
right.
the way Kody reacts to her giving pushback is very different from how he reacts to the other ones. But yeah, I just like I agree with you that it was a yucky sort of like feeling when she was basically implying like, well, you should do whatever he asks, and it's like that's not a great message to be sending, especially
Right.
you
Right.
got
Well,
like
yeah,
daughters and
one,
stuff.
that's not a great message for you to have, and it reveals a lot about where you are in your relationship. If that's what you think you need to do to keep a man. The second
Yeah.
thing, like a strong point that I would make, and this is speaking as a dude who's been a dude a long time, his whole life, and knows other dudes. Right? Speaking as a dude who knows other dudes, if you are with somebody and you can't respect them enough to understand where they're coming from, then it's not going to work. And
Right.
it doesn't matter if you're doing stuff because somebody insists you do it and you got to do this because they going to like you or they won't like you if you don't do it. I'm telling you 100% that shit doesn't matter. If you're not the person they want to be doing it with, it doesn't matter. If you're just doing it, but and frankly, there's not a lot of stuff that you can do. Like, okay, I'll do this, but I don't want to do it. Especially when it comes to the realm of the physical. If you dig what I'm saying, if
Exactly.
you aren't enjoying it and you aren't into it, it's a horrible, if not depreciating experience. I'll say it.
Hmm.
I'm trying to be very gentle about how I say it, but it's not an enjoyable, even if it's enjoyable, it's not as good as it could be
Right.
because you're not into it. You don't want to do it. I mean, but
Exactly.
if you're excited about it doing it, you're enthusiastic about it, whatever it is, hugging, kiss, or whatever. If you're excited about it, enthusiastic about it, the experience is so much better.
Right.
I mean, and so for her to sit there, especially as a mother of daughters,
Hmm.
I mean, I'm a father of daughters, and I would never say that about my wife, especially in a forum where my daughter is going to hear me say that about my wife. She needs to
Yeah.
do whatever I want because she got to please her man. Because if
Right.
I'm not happy, Papa ain't happy, nobody happy. I don't ever want my daughter to feel like she has to be obligated to do something because some dude asked her to do it. And
No, it's
so, from that respect, I think it's disgusting because it's
yeah, it's
such
a
a
sick
terrible message
idea.
to send.
Yeah, and speaking as a woman too, I'm not meaning to be sexist. I feel the same way. I wouldn't want a guy to do stuff with me that he didn't want to do. You know what I
Right,
mean? Like
right.
it's no good. But I appreciate you so much. It was so nice talking to you, and thanks
Oh,
for
thank you
letting
for
me come
calling
back.
in. Awesome. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks, James.
All right. Let me get to. Just got one thing, and then I'll jump right back in. Got Kathy Ferran with the super sticker. Thank you so much, Kathy. I see you. They don't work in the chat. Kathy been holding down since like 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. She came on when the show started. She been in the house. Kathy about that business. She 10 toes down. All right, next up we got Kitty coming in. Hold on one second. We take it. Hey Kitty, what's going on?
Nothing much. Actually, I was actually here right when the show started.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, no worries. I mean, I just wanted to tease you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, there was a couple people who were firing off early.
Yeah. Anyway, so I have a few issues to deal with. One, I think Cody and Robyn needs like no more money, like whatsoever. Especially after the whole Ari thing with her vanity. Like
Wasting money.
oh god, no, like I feel bad. I feel bad because I don't think that was a IKEA furniture. I thought that was like a Temu furniture because I've seen it on
Oh
Temu.
wow.
Yeah. So
maybe. You know, they Cody got to put them nickels together. You got a new Mercedes. You got Robin jewelry.
yeah, yeah.
So
But
Ari's lucky she got anything, I
you
guess.
guys also got to remember, you guys got that 145% tariff on China there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is like last year, so
Oh yeah, that's true.
yeah,
Sorry.
he,
Well,
he was
now it
good
is.
then.
Now it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. Anyway, I wasn't trying to talk about politics. Bye for that one. Anyway, secondly, I was really happy when Meri and Janelle went and like combated together when they were talking
No,
about Coyote
yeah.
Pass. Yeah, I was like, yeah, finally, finally. And I actually agree with a lot of people that were on like earlier than me as well, especially with like the whole like intimacy thing, the whole Valentine's thing, that kind of stuff too. So I mean, I didn't want to make it any more like repetitive on that front.
Mm,
And the other point I have, and it was from last week, when Cody was talking to Aurora and Brianna, I think they were talking smack about Christine and Janelle together.
mm,
Like just the way that, you know, how Janelle and Christine usually talk when they talk smack about
right.
Cody. I think that's what they were trying to do. And that
Oh,
wasn't
Janelle and Mary.
no, not Janelle and Mary. Janelle and Christine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Janelle and Christine talk mad smack about Cody, and I think they do it behind the scenes too. So I'm just saying, like, I think those two girls were talking smack about the the second and third wife.
Mm. Yeah, I
You
can
know?
see that. I can see that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I was just like, you know that those girls shouldn't know half of the pardon my French, half of the shit that that Ramen says to the girls, because that's not appropriate to any person whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But that again, that's my 2 cents, and those are my points to be more precise.
No, I appreciate that, and I would say this. Like, I think that like with regard to like the trash talking, I think that that's part of like as much as they try to put it down. The truth of the matter is that the dynamics of the relationships for which they had and the
Mm-hmm.
way that the culture of the family had evolved and
Mm-hmm.
where it evolved from. I think that the trash talking and the backstabbing was part of the family culture. It was just something that was built into the cake. And I think that we could cite maybe the unpreparedness of the participants of, Cody and the OG3.
Yeah.
That also could be attributed to immaturity because they
Mm-hmm.
were all very young when they got together. I don't care. Like, look,
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it all the way above. Like,
Mm-hmm.
not to be an ageist, but for most people, you aren't really hard boiled until you're about 25. Like, you ain't fully
Oh yeah.
cooked
No, definitely.
until you're about 25 years old, right?
Yeah.
Especially dudes. Like, most of the guys I knew, they were not ready. They
No.
were not ready for prime time at
No.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Some of them made it to their 30s still trying to, cook that egg. But like
Uh,
22 years old, trying to be married to like four people, that's like being married at 22 is crazy young to make
mm-hmm.
that level of commitment. For you to
Yeah.
do that with three other people, shit. Like, I don't know. Like,
Oh
it,
yeah.
it, it of course, it kind of blew up. Of course. When the marriage ends, I would be, of course. Will we expect anything different? Yeah, you're
No.
gonna get older. Your positions are going to change. Your desires are going to change. Your tolerance for stupid shit definitely changes. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's probably going to end. Like, it's probably not
Okay.
going to last. Go the distance. But
Like I do agree with you on that front because like my ex-husband was third no 25. Yeah, 25 when we got married.
mm,
And he's in his like late 30s and he still doesn't have all of his eggs in a basket. And I'm
yeah, just
being
put it
nice.
together.
Yeah.
Right, right. Just put it together. I
Yeah.
mean, when you young, like especially now, like again, not to be all like a old
Mm.
grandpa about it, but especially now, like the economics have changed. Like one of my favorite things is to listen to somebody who was like in their 20s and like the 70s or 80s, and they're sitting around talking about like, when I was young, I moved out of my parents' house at 18. I was about 17 and a half years old, moved out, got my own place, and I had my own apartment. I got working a full-time job. I was able to do this and save that and go to college, pay for myself to go to school. I'm like, yeah, but at the time when you were going to school,
Mhm.
college was about $10,000 for 4 years. The
Mhm.
the apartment that you were renting, that you had, the single one bedroom apartment that you had with a balcony, was about what, $200 a month. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Now
if that,
that
yeah.
same apartment in most markets will go for about anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000. Like, you know what I mean? And the money hasn't really changed a whole lot. So,
Actually, it's
you
up
know,
more.
yeah. I mean, like I said, depending on the market. Most, like I said, I'm looking at like national median average for one bedroom apartments is about $1,500. You
Okay.
could be in some markets in New York. If you're in a
Mhm.
market, the size of this room I'm in now would probably cost you about $4,000 for an
Actually,
apartment.
okay.
You know what
So
I mean?
where I'm from, uh, the house that I'm staying at, if it wasn't my parents's, I would be paying between $5,000 to $6,000 a month.
Mm.
And I'm in a different country altogether.
No, okay.
So like yeah, the States, it's cheap. Don't get me wrong, it's cheap. But we're like, you have to remember from each different like countries and stuff, rates are different.
Right, right.
So like I think what was it? I think the states have like a mortgage rate of 7%, something like that. And where I am, I think it's 4.5, 5. But your average minimum wage job is like $12 an hour.
Mm.
So that's not enough, you know?
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, it's look. it's a different time.
Oh yeah,
And truth
definitely.
be told, like especially depending on the housing and stuff, what market you're in,
Mm-hmm.
housing can be very difficult. It's
Oh yeah.
just, you know, listening to them talk about it, they have a very uh like Cody presents it from the aspect of I've always had this money and the family has always had this
Mm-hmm.
and this is how we've always functioned. I respect the fact that tonight was the first night he said something I've been saying that when they were very young, he probably watched this show. What's up, Cody?
Mm-hmm.
Um, when he was very young and they first started, they were in complete survival mode. They were
Yeah.
not sitting there with TLC checks flowing in. So I think
Mm-hmm.
somebody earlier said, "Oh yeah, all the women had nannies." Not so, because they didn't have money. They were trying to figure out how they were going to feed themselves,
Yeah.
much less be able to pay a nanny. They weren't able, like Robyn was able to get a nanny because by the time the show went to air,
Mm-hmm.
and they were in Las Vegas. She got her nanny, I think, in season 3. Actually, it might have been season 2. She had a damn nanny. Season 2, she
3.
had a nanny.
No, season 3.
Uh, well, because season 2, she introduced her niece.
No, she introduced her sister because she was staying at her mom and dad's.
Wait, what?
It was her sister, and she was staying at her mom and dad's.
No, I'm talking about when she before it when they right when they were talking about going to Vegas. She had her sister was in the house. She was in the house in Lehigh.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was her sister. No, it was her sister, but she was living at her mom's house because her mom was living in Lehigh as well.
Oh, okay, but she was saying that she was watching her daughter, so she was her nanny.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
No,
So, but
no, her babysitter.
yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, I
But
know what
either
you
way, she had help in the house, is what I'm saying,
mean. Oh yeah, no,
and
definitely.
that was affordable and attributable because of the show. That's why
Mm-hmm.
she was able to do it. So
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't a thing where because her sister wasn't watching her kids when she was in when she was living in Salt Lake. Her kids like you know what I mean? Like so
Yeah.
because of the show, a lot of those things became possible. The
Yeah.
other wives didn't have access to those
No.
funds when they were coming up and their kids were younger. By the
Yeah.
time they started the show, who is it? Logan was already in high school, Aspen, McKelty, and Maddie were all in high school.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I think what's his name, Hunter, I think he might have either been going to high school or he might have been in upper middle school. Like
Upper middle.
so,
I think it was upper middle school at that
right.
time.
So I mean, they were all at that point where they were
Yeah.
watching their siblings and they had that outlet. Robyn was the
Mm-hmm.
only one who had younger kids, so like the concept that they had nannies is that just doesn't make sense because
No.
the money wasn't there. So by the
No, it
time we
wasn't.
get the show, the life that Robyn lived when she entered into the family was completely different than the life that the OG3 had with Cody and their experiences with him. So I think that that's a huge thing that they had to focus on as well.
Yeah. Sorry, you keep cutting every once in a while on my on my TV that I have on mute. You're glitching.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's something weird with my camera.
Yeah. No worries. I'm just like I just noticed it and I was like, oh crap. So yeah, no, I mean like there's some things that is just ridiculous I find. And then I find that there's other things that are just like, what the hell am I watching? And I feel
Right.
like a lot of the over I don't know what I want to say like the over scripted. Yeah, over scripted. It was just it's getting old really fast.
Right. Right. Well, I think that the idea that they have their own storyline and they're trying to create their own moments, I don't think that's as bad, but I just think it's overdone.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, the opportunity that Robyn and Cody both had to
Mhm.
express their love for one another and to pursue like a separate storyline where they talked about their relationship, that time
Mhm.
that ship has already sailed.
Yeah,
sank
it's long gone.
it sank to the bottom and is now at the bottom of the bay. Like it's done because of the fact that that would have been something that they should have addressed long ago. Instead of
Hmm.
like even now, what's funny to me is that they'll have the conversation between the two of them where they stage the whole conversation and do you love me? Is this a good thing? Is monogamy working for you and all that crap?
Hmm.
You'll have that conversation between the two of you, but God
Hmm.
forbid you get to the tell all and
Hmm.
somebody who you didn't work a script out with asks you a question. Then all of a
Yeah.
sudden it's a problem and you don't want to talk about it. Well, if
Yeah.
you don't want to talk about it with Suki at the tell all, don't present it on the show. That's where
Yeah,
I'm at.
exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. And I totally agree with you. And I think personally, I think that I think that Tamron should have been back on, honestly,
Hmm.
because she was actually pulling like facts out. And
Right.
I know Cody didn't like it, but to be honest, since they canned King Puddle Monkey, they should put Tamron back on.
Yeah, I don't think she would come back. Like, the jacked up part, I don't think Tamron would come back.
Actually,
Because she got her own show, she got her own thing,
I don't
you
know.
know.
She's been. I think she has said a few times on on social media that she would do it. Just one more.
Yeah, I don't know. I if anything, I would watch it just because if she comes back, she's coming back with an axe to grind. So
Oh God,
like
yeah,
that
and I would love
would be the
it.
only thing that would draw folks in. But I don't think the Cody and them would sit down with her. And I don't know if she would be willing to put up with any rules or guidelines that they would try to put in place. Like the whole thing with Tamron, and I think this is part of the reason why they asked her not to come back, is because she
Mhm.
didn't play ball. And that
Yeah,
was, I think, the subtle difference. I guess the old adage of if you don't do it, I'll just find somebody who will. And
yeah.
then with Suki, no disrespect to her, but I just think that she's doing what she needs to do in order to keep the gig. I
Oh
mean, I
yeah.
get it,
No,
you know.
I definitely get it too. But like I said, like I think I think this season is the last season, honestly, and I think they should have canned Suki and put Tamron on. I know they didn't because you see
Mhm.
Suki there, but I think that they should have canned her, put Tamron back on, and just make it a big explosive tell all. To be honest,
Yeah, yeah. I'll see. We'll see what happens because, like I said, with the I know they already started filming season 20.
yeah.
So the question is though, and this is kind of the wedge part, and this is
Hmm.
what I'll say with
Hmm.
even with regard to them filming season 20, because I know a lot of creators say, oh, they already filmed season 20, so we're definitely getting season 20. I'm not sure
Hmm. Yeah. Same
because the
here.
truth of the matter is that if this show, like I think that the show that they're trying to stage to take Sister Wife's position is actually Poly Family. That comes on this Tuesday. I'll probably be reviewing it.
Yeah.
But when that show comes on, if that show takes off, Sister Wives is done.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I think
No,
that Sister
definitely.
Wives is done better because
Yeah.
of the fact that just because they filmed it, you have to keep in mind good money after bad. Just
Hmm.
because they filmed it, they put an expense into the show, but the
Hmm.
cast doesn't get paid unless they air this show. So if they don't
Hmm.
air it, they don't get anything.
Oh
You
yeah.
only get paid for the episodes that you appear in. That's part
Yeah.
of the reason why when Christine married David, Cody and
Hmm.
Robyn were sitting there, talking about the wedding and how they felt about it. That's why, so
Hmm.
they can get a check for those episodes.
Yeah.
That's why they had them on there answering questions about something they had no idea about. I probably knew
Yeah.
more about Christine's wedding than they did.
Oh
You
yeah.
know what
No,
I mean?
definitely. Yeah.
So
Yeah. But I thought I would point those out and give my little intake on that. So I
no,
will
I
let you
appreciate
go.
the call. All
I'll
right.
talk to
Have
y'all
a good
later.
night.
Yeah. You too.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Fantastical. Fantastical. We have one more call from Alexander PF. What's going on, Alexander? How you doing?
I'm good, James. How are you?
Doing very well.
Good, good
What's on your
stuff.
mind?
A couple things. I will start
Okay.
with I am raging at this show at this point. I mean, watching people put furniture together, watching people having lame ass dinners together. Really? this is the best they can give us? Like, it's
Yeah.
enraging. I mean, I used to work in radio, and I had producers that would work with me on storyboarding, right? So you'd go there, you sit down, you talk, and you'd like create kind of like an overview of what you're going to produce. Then you go and
Right.
create scenes, and you go and refilm scenes if they're not good or whatever, or re-record them. But you have like this whole crew. Is there no storyboarding being done here? Like, what are they giving us? It's garbage. Like,
Yeah.
I'm raging. Like, putting together some stupid table for this kid that we don't know anything about except that she's in a binky till 6. Like, ah, I just, there could be so much more here, and they're not giving us nothing. Meanwhile, Dayton's never mentioned. We don't know anything about him, where he's going, what he's doing, which is fine because he's an adult. But if you're not going to give us anything, get off the frickin' TV. Like,
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
so pissed off. And now it's all about, oh, when Janelle and Christine were putting together the bookcase, they were talking about the lovely assistant. Now, Robyn, oh, I hate being the beautiful assistant. Like, F off, lady. Like, give me a
Yeah.
break. You are the
Nobody
idiot that
said
was.
beautiful.
Yeah,
They said lovely. Nobody said nothing about beautiful.
yeah. And you are the idiot that got left behind. That's the only correct thing you've ever said on this damn show. Everything else has been lies, but you are the idiot that got left behind with the freaking loser who has this like distorted image of himself. Oh, I hate them. I just hate them. I just can't. So that's my first thing. Now I'll calm down. My second thing was, okay, in the early days, the family decided everything by committee, right? And even if it was a vote of 3-2, 4-1, the people that lost took the loss gracefully, even though it hurt them, right? Meri didn't get the funding for her business. Christine didn't get to move the whole family back to Utah. Like, whatever. People lost the vote. They took it. Robyn's losing the vote on selling Coyote Pass, but no, we have to cater to her. She's not ready to sell yet. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, whatever, lady, you're outvoted. But she doesn't have the integrity to say, okay, I've lost. Now I got to just do what everybody else wants, like the other people did. The other people had the integrity to say, I made this commitment. I got to go by the committee decision, even though I don't like it. But she doesn't have that requirement. Kody doesn't
Right.
make her, it's like, oh, whenever she's ready, then we'll have to sell. And it's just another example of her differential treatment from the others.
No, I agree. I think that because even with that, like it's just it's the idea that Kody is going out of his way, and this is just another example of Kody going out of his way to protect Robyn and to do for Robyn when he doesn't do the same thing for these other people. His argument, of course, is going to be, well, I'm married to Robyn, I have a commitment to her, and as her husband, I'm trying to protect her. I get that, but at the same time, these are people who you gave your word to, and you said that you were when they were contributing to the family. And this is one of the points that I was making earlier. One of the more annoying things is when you needed the money and they were contributing to the family, then we were all working together.
Yep.
But as soon as you feel like you got a leg up and you no longer needed them, then everything that you were able to abscond and acquire in there, even while you're with them, is now all of a sudden yours.
Yeah.
And you guys need to figure it out because you need to get yours because I got mine. Like it is that type of mentality which I find repulsive and disgusting. And I think that when I listen to the two of them talk about how they won and how they got all these things, and more importantly, how they deserve everything that they have, and you're by inflection saying that the other women don't deserve anything because they didn't contribute anything. And that doesn't make sense to me because you can't tell me that this whole time Kody and Robyn have been donating 100% of their money to the family fund, and Christine, Meri, and Janelle have just been taking all of their money and just doing whatever they want to do with it. But Kody and Robyn were the two people that were holding the whole family together financially. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It just mathematically it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and we've seen them pulling the most resources out of the family. A nanny during COVID. A nanny during
Mm,
COVID, for God's sakes. Like an
right,
employee. Who else has employees in the family? Come on. This is absurd. Ugh,
right,
and that's the thing, okay? They're trying to fool us. And it's like, we're not stupid. And that's the thing that's pissing me off. It's like, stop insulting my intelligence.
right,
You know,
right,
I even people that are just coming in to watch the show now, it's like, come on, how can you believe it? You see that house, you see the vehicles, you see that these
yeah,
other people are, you know, like Janelle in that little apartment. Come on, how can you say that they put in less? And I don't know, they just don't make no sense. And the whole dividing of the Coyote Pass and the properties, that has me so livid. And I know you've mentioned it too, but I'm just adding my 2 cents to it because, like, in all fairness, it should have been Meri and Janelle that got Coyote Pass, because like Christine got her house sale, which was, I don't know, let's say 500,000. Cody and Robyn got the McMansion, which is 1.5 mil. Then they also got 7.5 from the Coyote Pass. Like, that's not fair. Like they've
right,
they're coming out over 2 mil. Christine got about 500, and Meri and Janelle are getting about 350. Like, come on, this is ridiculous. Plus all the other funds that they've siphoned out into that house through the nanny, through the dolls, and the clutter. It, like, I'm saying, in my estimation, they've taken about 225 or 225, like 2,250,000 in property equity. Plus, I would say probably about double that in vehicles, employees, stuff to fill the house, based on like
right,
all their salaries and stuff. And then you have these women coming out with a couple 100,000 each. It's when you look at it, it's so inequitable and so unfair. It's and I don't know. These women were they're fighting for Coyote Pass, and it's like, yeah, you're chasing pennies when the dollars have already flown out the window. It just pisses
right,
me off.
right. Well, they're
So
just getting the scraps. They're getting what's left over.
yeah,
The one thing that I think that they feel like they could get is what they're trying to get with Coyote Pass,
yeah,
because they already let too much. I mean, and I don't want to be that guy, but I guess I'm gonna be that guy. Like at the end of the day, they a lot of this stuff had to get discussed
mm-hmm,
long before now. It had to get discussed when it happened.
yeah,
So if Cody could look you in the face and say, "We're going to take your money and invest it in Robyn's house because Robyn has to have something with her estate." At
mm-hmm,
that point, Janelle, instead of waiting, 2, 3, 4 years, she
mm-hmm,
should have looked at Cody and said, "Well, I need to purchase a home
mm-hmm,
so that I can have my estate together." And
right,
when I'm talking about purchasing a home, I want a home that doesn't have your name on it, because it
yeah,
doesn't make sense if it's, and this is the part that blows my mind when he says that kind of stuff. And this is what I always go back to: it's not Robyn's house, it's Cody and Robyn's house,
mm-hmm,
because Cody's name appears on it, and the two of them are married. So if something happens to Robyn, Cody gets the damn house.
yeah,
And when he was on Christine's property, he sat there and said the same way he could say, "Well, we have to protect Robyn's estate, so her name should be on it. We have to
mm-hmm,
protect Christine's estate, so
yeah,
your name shouldn't be on it." And when Christine sells the house, that she's taking the funds from her estate with her so that
mm-hmm,
she can invest where she needs it to be, so that she has her separate estate for her children. Isn't
mm-hmm,
that what we were talking about, Cody? With the well, I got 18 kids, and I got to make sure that I have an estate to leave to all of them. But
mm-hmm,
you also are with your 3 or 4 baby mamas,
mm-hmm,
and so if each one of them have an estate of their own, your 18 kids are covered.
yeah,
And so, I mean, I just wish they would have. I wish a lot of, because I hear them talking about it now. I wish I would have, and that's where I think that a lot of this. This is why I was saying what I was saying before. Like,
Mm-hmm.
the, irrespective of the fact that they had these religious marriages, I
Mm-hmm.
noticed, and I've been saying this for years, I noticed that anytime something legal comes up or has
Mm-hmm.
legal implication, all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden Cody knows how to follow the rules. The
Yeah.
only time Cody don't give a shit about the rules is when it comes to marriages and things that will tie him financially or make him financially responsible to someone else. Then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, oh, those rules don't matter. It's all
Yeah.
about how we feel about each other. But
Yeah.
when it comes time to, I'm gonna buy a house, well, I need to be down there to make sure my name appears next to yours. Why not? We'll just have the spiritual, we'll have the spiritual deed. Why don't
Yeah.
we do that? The
Yeah.
spiritual deed. Yeah,
Yeah. We'll get a ceiling of it done. Yeah. Yeah.
we'll seal the deed in the
Yeah.
temple.
Yeah.
You know, but when you get divorced and Christine all of a sudden, I'm done with the family, I'm ready to go. She can take a house with her,
Yeah.
and she can talk about how I paid for everything. She said that too. I paid for everything. I paid the down payment. I paid the mortgage.
Yeah.
I paid all the mortgages. So how am I owing him money? Like, how does he
Yeah.
have half of my house?
And see, James, like, this is what I think they're not talking about. Like, they're trying to spill a little bit of tea here and there. But let's get to the
Mhm,
real stuff. Let's get to how Cody was always a controlling asswipe and
mhm.
always bullied them, would yell at them, would temper tantrum at them. He was controlling of them. And we're not talking about that yet. We're talking about, oh, what is he gonna do? Like they're kind of hinting at it, but we know it from his behavior. Even the way, remember at the when they did the boats, they're building the boats, right? And he was getting pissed off
Oh
with
yeah,
Christine. That venom in his voice when he called her a crybaby, if you listen to that, that venom, that is not coming from nowhere. That did not just happen
right.
then. So there's a lot behind the scenes we don't know about. And unless you're trying to tell me about that kind of stuff, ladies, I'm tired of it. I don't want to hear it just because you're still covering him with this cloak of charity. You're still
Yeah,
not telling us the real Cody, which we know is there because there's hints at it, like Meri saying, oh, he didn't want me to tell the public that we were divorced. And, like there's stuff of it there, but they're not telling us quite yet.
right.
And
Well, I tell you what. I mean, to be honest with you, a point where I would be concerned,
mm,
a point of concern for me is like I know I was speaking to Negla earlier, and she said that the ladies probably weren't afraid,
mm,
but I do have concerns. Like, it just rubs me wrong because I
mm,
didn't think about it when I was talking to her, but as I was sitting here thinking about it just now,
mm,
like it rubs me wrong that they said that they like you can for me I think that there was a genuine fear there, and even
mm-hmm,
when I was like watching the show, I'd write my little doohickeys and doodads, my notes and stuff,
mm-hmm,
and even then I was like, well, you're concerned that he's going to do something to you. The
mm-hmm,
question is, what is he going to do? You already left.
yeah,
You're not financially tied to him. You're the only stake you really have is Coyote Pass. I mean, he could try to screw you over with Coyote Pass, but
mm-hmm,
at this point, he's not returning your phone calls. He doesn't give a shit what you're doing. You say you're talking to an attorney. He knows you're talking to an attorney because Meri said she was talking to an attorney, and he still wasn't contacting her back. So at this
yeah,
point, if he's going, you need to do whatever you're going to do because he doesn't give a shit.
yeah,
So. You know what I mean? When you say that you're scared, like even then, like I'm scared. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know what he's going to say. That
mm-hmm,
tells me that there might be, or at least there's an indication to me, in my opinion, not
mm-hmm,
saying that this is all evidence of anything, but
mm-hmm,
if I was talking to a friend and they said that, I'm scared to say something to the person I'm with. I'm
mm-hmm,
concerned that they're going to, say some mean stuff. That tells me that their relationship may not have been the most healthy relationship, and
mm.
there might be a point where they were not necessarily feeling safe.
Yeah, like a
Put it that
real
way.
safe, not a Robin safe.
Right? You're not the. I don't feel safe in this conversation. I'm talking about they don't feel safe,
Yeah, like a real
and,
safe, not a
those who know what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah, and
Those who
that's it
know what I'm
exactly.
saying.
And then I think that's what polygamy breeds is this pure imbalance where a wife, you can't speak your mind because if you do, he just picks up and goes to the next house and doesn't come around until he's well ready to. And, you know, if you have kids, you have a life, like 4 days later when he gets back, I mean, for me, I'd still be livid, but some people just kind of like, you know, there's all sorts of personality types. People avoid, people push things under the rug and just, okay, well, he's back now, so let's just deal with it. Like, let's not deal with it. Let's just go back to pretending everything's normal. Like, they have no power, these women, to kind of express themselves and express their hurt. You know, like
Right.
when Christine kicked him out of the bed and Robyn's like, go sleep on the couch. And he's like, I'm not sleeping on a couch. Like, yeah, because there's no, like, he has other options, so he doesn't have to suffer any sort of consequences, or he doesn't have to face uncomfortable situations. He's just off to the next one. So
Right. I think even in that, I think it's more diabolical. I think he was essentially saying, "This is my house,
mm-hmm,
and I'm not sleeping on the couch, and I'm not going to be uncomfortable or put out of my house." Because even
yeah,
when he was talking about it, I think he said that like 3 or 4 times. This is my house.
yeah,
I,
yeah,
you know, I bought that bed set. I paid for all this.
mm-hmm,
Like he took a position that you can't kick me out of my house.
yeah,
Like, but you haven't been one, you haven't paid the down payment.
yeah,
2, you didn't pay the mortgage.
mm-hmm,
3, you aren't trying to be there and live in a unified marital relationship with this woman, a full marital relationship with this woman
mm-hmm,
who you claim to be in a relationship with, which would entitle you, I guess, to some degree, maybe morally, not so much legally, to have a place in her home. You
mm-hmm,
didn't even want to do that, but you want
yeah,
to claim ownership over her house and then therefore dominate her space. In other
yeah,
words, if you don't feel comfortable sleeping in the bed with me, then you need to leave.
mm-hmm,
So essentially, you're kicking Christine out of her own house, which is
yeah,
crazy as hell to me. Like it's crazy. And again, I think you might have a point that this show could be a lot darker than it actually is, and there's more
mm-hmm,
going on than we know about. But again, if Cody wants to make these kinds of accusations and he wants to say I paid for this and I paid for that and they didn't pay for
mm-hmm,
any of this, he needs to come stronger than just saying it. He actually has to produce some documentation. That's
yeah.
where I'm at with him. Like I
Show where
think that
that,
in order for me to believe it, I want to see it.
yeah,
You know,
show
I'm
us
gonna
where
believe
that
anything you say.
independent income came from, not
Right,
show's
right.
income, not, you know, LuLaRoe income. Show where your independent income came from, that you didn't spend on yourself, that you put into the family account. You know,
Hmm. Or come out and just, come out and say,
mhm,
look, this is what I covered. I paid for
yeah,
X, Y, Z, Z, whatever.
yeah,
And these ladies squandered their money and their finances because they weren't paying for anything. This is
mm,
when Christine called me up and said that she needed some mortgage payments. I had my canceled checks where I wrote mortgage payments out
mm-hmm,
because she was blowing her money going on vacation or whatever. Something
yeah,
to that effect. Be specific. But it's
yeah,
not enough for him just to get up and generally say, "Oh, I paid for everything." And
yeah,
I'm not. That was season 1 live where you said you was basically paying for Meri and Janelle. They work and
mm-hmm,
Christine stays home and Robyn stays home and you're basically taking care of and paying for them.
mm-hmm,
That lie has already been exposed. Nobody believes it. I didn't
yeah,
believe it when he said it because I
yeah,
understand how money works. There's no way in the world you're taking care of. There's no
yeah,
way in the world you're taking care of 9 children plus 2 adults
yeah,
on a salary of a guy who's selling billboards in Utah.
yeah,
Sorry,
and
not sorry.
yeah, and Janelle was working for the city or something, like getting like 30,000 a year. Like, she wasn't making huge bank, so we're not talking
Right,
about high rollers here.
right. The crazy part is, I suspect and have suspected for a long time, and to this day I still suspect that Janelle was probably making more money consistently than
Mm-hmm,
Cody was making.
I agree.
I don't think Cody was making 60, $70,000 and Janelle was making 30. I think
Mm,
they were probably making a roughly about the same, but Janelle's
mm-hmm,
checks were far more consistent
yeah,
than the money that Cody was making.
yeah,
And
she
so
was on a
some months,
salary.
maybe, yeah, some months she made a little more, maybe a year or
Mm-hmm,
two, he made like 3, 4, $5,000 more than she did. But for the most part, her money was consistent and it was always there. And there were probably months where she made more than him, or years she made more than him. I should
Yeah, I mean, when you have mortgages and stuff, you need that reliable income. You know when it's coming in. When with the billboards, you don't know when that check's coming in. So
Right.
yeah, I have a weird theory that I haven't heard anyone mention, and maybe get your opinion on it. Remember how when Christina was pregnant with Truly, she was working in the evenings?
Hmm.
Do you think that may have been so she could qualify for medical coverage? Because
Possibly.
she had
Well,
to have.
it might not just be medical coverage. It could have been for all of it, like for so all social programs, because I think SNAP,
Hmm.
food stamps,
Yeah.
and medical, like any whether it's Medicaid or even CHIP, depending on where you are, whatever you
Mm,
call it in your area. I think they do have work requirements. So in order for you to qualify for those programs,
mm,
you have to have some income and you have to have some hours. You can't just go there and be like, yeah, I'm living rent free and
right.
I don't work.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why I need this extra money. The state's gonna hook me up. Like most
Yeah.
places, you have to have a. I think that passed in the
Interesting.
'90s, like the
Huh.
work requirements.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
I'm from Canada, so our everything here is different. So that's why I was wondering, because I'm thinking like she's having a hospital birth, right? And remember when Isabel needed her surgery, she like had waited 5, 6 months to qualify for insurance before she could have the
right.
surgery. So I'm like, oh, is Christine working so that she can qualify for benefits so that she can have the baby in hospital? Because she knew she had to have a hospital birth, which from what I
Right.
understand is like pretty expensive, right? Like there, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So
You're
I
looking
just,
at some hospital births can be as much as 6 figures.
ooh,
Like, easy. Yeah. Yeah. It
ooh,
could be very expensive. Like the
yeah,
one thing, like being from Canada, the very real issue that we have in the States is
mm,
that as much as we may tout uh like our medical system,
mm,
the truth of the matter is that the number one reason for bankruptcy in
mm,
America is usually tied to medical expenses.
yeah,
Like, so if somebody gets sick, they get old, something happens, and you could go bankrupt like shit, like
yeah,
fast, because everything is so expensive. Like I think our hot like the ambulance rides can be anywhere from, at least in my state, my area, they can range anywhere from $300 to $3,000, depending on what
ooh,
happens and what was going
right,
on in the ambulance.
yeah,
um, you get to the hospital, you
yeah,
not only get billed from the hospital, but you get billed from the doctors, you get billed from the nurse practitioners, and you get billed for specialists. So if you say go in
yeah,
for X-ray, that's a separate bill if
right,
you don't have insurance. Like so,
yeesh,
you're paying a lot of money. There's a lot of money involved. So
yeah,
with her, like she got the epidural, so that's an expense. You
yeah,
have your the medical stuff, anything that they use during the operations or procedures,
yeah,
you get charged for all of that separately. The
yeah,
doctor showing up because he's not necessarily, he may be affiliated with the hospital, but he doesn't necessarily work for the hospital.
yeah,
That's a separate bill, and then of
yeah,
course you get the bill from the hospital.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
yeah. I mean, the one thing here, it does come out of our taxes, so we do pay more into the system, right? The only
Hmm.
thing I've talked to doctors about this too. The only reassuring thing we have here, different, I mean, the wait times are the same. There's a lot of services that are the same, right? But the thing is,
Right.
when a surgeon here tells me that, like, my son is 18 months old and he needs eye surgery in a couple months, so
Mm.
when an eye surgeon tells me that here, I don't have to worry about does he actually need it, because here, like, there's enough people in the queue that they're not looking to pad their pockets, and it's not their pockets being padded,
Right.
really. So it's like, if a doctor here tells you need a surgery, you're not like, does he really? I don't know. Let me get a second opinion. Like here, it's like, okay, he needs it. We'll get it done. It's you don't have that
Right.
kind of,
Right.
is there a profit margin um element to the doctor saying they need this? So, um, just food for thought for people who are, debating which system is preferable. I'm not saying that ours is necessarily preferable. It's just you kind of,
Well, I mean, there's certain realities with each system that I
yeah,
think you can't really ignore. Um, Not to get bogged down with the politics of it, but
yeah,
it's just I understand, like, because I think that's a point that not a lot of people would have brought up about why it was so important for Christine to work up until the time she actually had a baby.
Hmm.
It might not necessarily be, I'm just trying to make ends meet. It very
Hmm.
well could be, because from what I'm seeing, uh, Utah does have a work requirement for them
Mm,
to qualify for a lot of those social programs.
right.
So it's very likely that she decided to get a job so that she would qualify for those social programs. Because we also have to keep in mind that she had Truly in the first season, so they hadn't received any TLC money.
Right.
But when while she was pregnant with Truly, and more
Hmm.
importantly, when Truly's delivery happened. So
Yeah.
even if TLC said we'll cover some of it, there's not a guarantee that they will cover all of it.
Yeah.
And with the medical expenses, especially as I laid it out here tonight, with just my experience, because I look at I've had insurance, and every time I've had children, me and my wife had kids, but when I look at the detailed bill, they send out bills anyway, right?
Hmm.
And so
Yeah.
when I review the bills, like, holy shit, like it's literally like over $100,000 to have a baby in the United States.
Oh my God.
So looking at that would have ate up a lot of that TLC money,
Yeah.
like off the rip, like just having Truly. Like
Yeah.
forget the wedding and the honeymoon and everything else. It would have
Yeah.
ate their checks up. So
Yeah.
just from that respect, I can see them putting her ass to work,
Yeah.
which is crazy. Which is crazy in itself.
And you know what's sad is that I know it's totally unrelated to season 19, but just the fact that she had to work these evenings, she asked Cody for help and he can't give her help, and she's saying she got Aspen to put her younger kids. It's like, I'm sorry, but couldn't Janelle have come over? Like,
Yeah,
she's watching your
yeah,
kids all day for you. It's like, anyways. My last thing about today's episode, um, that I thought was really weird was, you know how Cody used to call the AUB a cult, and he was like so angry with them because they wanted him to cut his hair and this and that, and
right.
he was so negative towards them. Now he's softening. The religion is not a cult. Marriage is a cult. Blah blah blah. It's like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to like go back into the AUB? Like, why are you softening now? You know?
Well, you know what? If you listen to Melanie,
Mm-hmm.
um, from Nose to Self 444, she's the daughter of the current prophet.
Mm-hmm.
She said that Robyn and the current prophet are pretty chill.
Mm,
So Cody might be trying to, because I don't know if they'll let him necessarily back in, or even if he has an interest to get back in.
mm,
But if Robyn is friendly with them, she might have told him to knock it off, like
mm-hmm.
because it could create problems or difficulties for her
Yeah,
in
especially
her
if she,
relationships with them.
or especially if she wants her daughters in there.
Right, right.
Oh my God,
So
James. 22-year-olds with bows in their hair. Oh my God. You know I'm blind, right? I
yeah,
know. I know that that's not what 22-year-olds wear. Come on. And what scares me is, okay, I never blame women for how they dress, and I'm not blaming the girls for how they're dressed, but as a parent, who, what kind of 22-year-old male is looking for someone with a bow in their hair like that? Like, what kind of
yeah,
a guy are you attracting? What do you, like, I'd be worried about someone who's coming to my daughter with a bow in her hair and is attracted to that. Like, what the hell? Like, there's something weird there, James. Like, I don't want to open a can of worms. I don't want, but it's weird to me. Creepy weird.
yeah. You know what though? Because
Mm,
I don't know whether they did it to infantilize them for the show,
mm,
because there is a huge gap from when we were actually paying attention to her kids to now. So
mm,
I think that to try to recapture some of that audience and some of that nostalgia that the audience may have towards the kids, because they watch the show. And like
mm-hmm.
I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't watch YouTubers, or at
Yeah,
least some of us.
yeah.
Maybe not me, but they definitely hear the
Oh no,
drum
they're here,
beats.
James.
Cody, Robyn, what's up? But but I think that what they see is, because they do have
Mm,
green eyes, like a lot of stuff that, like when Christine does a wedding, I can see them want to do a wedding. When when
Mm-hmm.
Janelle does something, they try to emulate the same thing.
Yeah.
So with their kids, like Janelle and Christine, and even Mary's children, a lot of the fan base is very tied to them in their history.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with Robyn's kids, we don't necessarily feel that same tie because she did such a great job, bang up job, Robyn, of
Yeah.
concealing and hiding those kids back that we
Yeah.
don't really feel close to those kids because we don't really know anything about them.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? Not so much
Yeah.
like with the OG 13. So I think that because of that disadvantage, I think that they might be trying to sell us like the younger version of these. Like these
Mm-hmm.
are so innocent and they're so young, and you guys have to appreciate them and you got to love them because they're just like the OG 13, and because you love them.
Uh,
The ironic part is the same way Kody can say, "Well, I have preference on who I love."
mm,
Whether it's the OG3 or Robyn, and I prefer Robyn, as the fans, we also have the right to have a preference
yeah.
on who we love and who we admire. And
Mm-hmm.
if we admire the OG 13, but we don't admire your kids, it's the same thing as when Kody sits there and he makes a comparison between how he treated Robyn versus how he treated Meri.
Mm-hmm.
Just because Meri was doing the same thing Robyn was doing, you said you didn't want to be with Meri, you didn't like Meri.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing. Just because your kids are trying to
Yeah.
do the same thing the OG 13 did doesn't necessarily
Mm-hmm.
mean that we're all they so cute. Oh, that's amazing. You know, it just
Yeah.
is what it is.
But James, like, so my son is 7 right now, right? He has a
Mm-hmm.
crush on a girl in his class, and we tease him about it, right? It's normal
Right.
7-year-old stuff, right? But and we like, oh, your girlfriend, blah blah blah, right? So we tease him. So remember when I think Aurora was like 19 or 20, and they're in the backyard with Meri, and Robyn's like, she's visiting with a boy. I'm like, I joke with my son about having a girlfriend when he's 7, versus this one
Right.
can't even admit that her 19-year-old, 20-year-old has a boyfriend. Like,
Right. Right.
you know,
Right.
like, so she's infantilizing them so much. And it's, to me, it's just, I see what you're saying. Like, they're trying to introduce us again to them, but and I have heard Melanie say that they wear bows in their hair to indicate purity, and that was common for her. But it's still, I see, it's just too creepy to me. It's really creepy.
Mm.
And you know I mean, I if my daughter were like usually around the age of 10 is when girls are like, I don't want to wear poofy dresses anymore. They kind of like start changing out of that princess phase. And like, so me, like, thinking kind of anything above 10 with those bows in your hair, kind of getting kind of creepy. And you're
Right.
like, who again, I'm still formulating my thought, but it just sits unwell with me of like, who's coming in for to look at that and wanting that, and that's worrisome to me. But
No, no, I can see that. I can see that. Well, I don't know if it's for the show or if that's
mm,
actually their style.
right, yeah, I
Like I
don't
said, I
know.
think it might be just something they force them to wear for the show. 'Cause
Yeah.
they look. In my experience, like I said it before. I grew up Catholic in the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the ones who are the like I'm a good girl and they present themselves with the good girl persona,
Mm.
those would be the ones that's running the wildest. Like their parents like super strict and they make them wear bows in their hair and all
Yeah,
that. You know, the
yeah,
dress can't be 2 fingers over their knee. Those are
yeah,
the ones doing everything.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
everything,
yeah,
everything. So
yeah,
I don't put a whole lot of stock in the idea that they have a certain image that they're trying to present to us on TV. Like them girls could be going wild,
yeah,
especially with their mom is two faced, Kody is
yeah,
two faced, so there's no reason in the world why I wouldn't think that they might be two faced too.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. Just present what they need to for the cameras, and go do what else.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, to be
but
honest with you,
yeah,
I think that to your point, I think that there is a problem if you're Cody and Robyn and you think that this is a good look.
right. That's what I
You know
mean.
what I mean? Like if I was pushing that out, like you know what I mean? If I'm Cody and Robyn and I'm like, you know what would really be cute? If my 23-year-old daughter dressed like she was a kid, like a baby, like you know what I mean, like a little toddler. That'd be amazing. Like
Yeah.
that would be weird to me. Like the fact that you think that would work is crazy to me. That's
Like
crazy.
again, I don't want to shame people for how they dress or what they wear, but at the same time, if my daughter came looking like that, I'd be like, we need to talk. Like we just need to talk about,
Yeah. I
you
mean, if
know,
that's your style, that's your style. As long as my thing, if you're okay with dressing like that, that's how you want to get down. You
mhm.
know, it will be the exact reverse of like usually girls that age, you try to put more clothes on them. Like,
Yeah, right?
so
Just like with
you know,
McKelty when she was a teenager, like go put something on,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
yeah, you be trying to, you ain't gonna leave the house like that.
Yeah.
I ain't run no cat house, but
Yeah.
it's just I think that there's a point where if that's their style and that's how they want to get down, then
Mhm.
do your thing. Be you, express yourself how you express yourself. My
Yeah.
only concern is that if Robyn and Kody are pushing them to dress a certain way or present themselves a certain way, because
Yeah.
if not, Kody is made a statement that at 20 years old you can get the hell up out my house. Like
Mhm.
you're threatening them because they don't want to dress like kids. Like if you're doing that, then I have a problem.
Yeah.
But if that's just how to get down, that's how to get down.
Yeah.
I don't want to shame them. I don't want to shame them. Yeah, you
And
got kids that dress like they in the 50s, but walking around with the long ass sideburns and stuff, looking like they greasers. So I can't really.
I don't know. I had this moment. I think I was like 14 and I was going to an event, like a New Year's Eve thing with the whole family, right? So, you get all dolled up and whatever. I remember my dad like giving me a hug and he's like, kind of had this realization that I was becoming a young woman, right? Um
Mm,
and he said a few things about that, about how proud of me he was, blah blah blah. But it's like, as a parent, you got to relinquish that. Like you want them to be childlike, but they can't be forever. So you got to
right,
like accept the march of time, right? And it's like these people aren't accepting that. They're trying to, just like Robyn photoshopping things and changing pictures. Like she does not want to accept reality. That's not what
right,
happened. And your kids are growing up. Like Meri said, I was married with a child, or like I was married at your age.
right, right.
Aurora's just visiting. Oh man,
Well, because
these
I think
people.
the whole thing is that like part of your kids growing up is just recognizing that they're getting older, and there's
Yeah,
no shame in it. I mean it's scary, of course,
yeah,
because you because the older they are, the freer they are, and the
yeah,
less influence you have on their decisions, which is if you're a control freak, that can be horrifying. But at
yeah.
the same time, they have to live their life and they have to experience things the way they experience things. You can't
Mm-hmm.
protect them from everything. You most certainly can't protect them from themselves. So you have
No.
to, hopefully, you put the right stuff into them where they can make wiser and better decisions, but
Mm-hmm.
you can't control the decisions they make. That's just the natural evolution of things. Like,
Yeah,
'cause sooner or later, they're gonna be parents too. They got to live their life. They have to have their experiences so that they can raise the next generation.
yeah. And again, I think I mentioned it before, but I think that's why one of the reasons why she isolates them from um other people, because they will be seeing people their age doing like siblings their age doing stuff, and they're not being allowed to do it. That's how I see it anyway, that they're under a lot of
Mhm.
control, they're being smothered, um and that it's it's a terrible way because you don't teach them any sort of resilience, and
Right.
things happen to them and they fall apart at the seams. And but you know what are you gonna do? You can't help them. They're It's not like it's an abusive situation where you can call in sort of protective services of any sort. It's just a
Right.
way of
Well, I mean
parenting
that and
that.
the fact that they're adults. Like it's
Yeah,
you can't call in child protective services for
yeah,
adults. Like they're
yeah.
grown
Well,
ass folks.
yeah, but even like adult protectors, you can't call them in because it's not to that level. It's just, when you see
Right.
pathology, I guess that's what it is. You see pathology and you see that it's going to do damage, but it's not like to the level where it's anything reportable. You just it sucks to be a bystander and see it happening, you know?
Right. Right.
So I don't know. I'm hoping this poly family show takes off and we can all just switch over to that and just forget these losers.
Yeah. Yeah, that
They're
show's
fuck.
gonna be a mess. That show looks like a hot mess. So I'm
Oh
sure
my
there'll
god.
be plenty to talk about on that show.
Yeah.
But it's just like I think that like the somebody had said it to me, I think in one of the off my last video
Mm,
in the comments section, the show Sister Wives introduced people to a lifestyle that they might not have been familiar with,
mm,
but at this point, that concept of a television show
mm,
has not only grown long in the tooth, but they don't
mhm.
even do it anymore on the show. So right
Yeah.
now, what we're watching is two single women and
Mhm.
two couples.
Yeah.
David, Christine, Robyn, Kody, and then
Mhm.
Meri and Janelle singles. Like so,
Mhm.
they're more normal than most people. Like normal, long-term relationship didn't work out, divorced. Okay, fine. They got kids.
Yeah.
This is a regular, everyday American show now. Like so, I
Yeah.
don't know what the draw of the hook actually would be. Like even as former
No.
polygamists,
The
so
the only draw would be some of the kids coming forward and speaking some of their truths. But the only ones
right,
that are, I don't want to see on no TV. So,
right,
the,
right.
the ones that are like well adjusted and have their lives together, like I'm getting away from this, S show. I don't want, like
Mhm.
Hunter doesn't want to be, you don't see him on there regularly, or Logan, you don't see him at all. So like these
Right.
the well adjusted ones are like, get me out. And
Well,
so
because I mean, part of the problem even with that is that when you have a lot of the kids, like even with Logan and a lot of them, as they leave reality TV,
mhm,
the spotlight,
yeah,
I can this show could damage their careers.
right.
And I think that part of why I don't think we will ever see them come out and talk about their childhood or talk about those relationships in a
Mhm,
genuine, earnest way
yeah.
is because it not only would fall negatively on their parents, but it
Mhm,
would also fall negatively and reflect negatively on them and potentially could damage their potential relationships as well
mhm,
as their professional lives. So I don't
yeah.
know if that's ever going to happen, especially for the little pittance that they're trying to give you at TLC. I don't know if it's even
Right.
worth it, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. But I mean, like you see with the earlier seasons, they relied on the kids for a lot of their storylines, right? Like,
Right,
Leon and their educational pursuits and trying to get into school and just all sorts of stuff, right? So now you've lost like so much of the cast, let's say. You're left with these duds, and
right,
you're like, yeah, you're giving us a little bit of tea every episode, but you're giving me a lot more crap that I just don't want to see. Like,
right.
you
Well,
know, I- do
because even
I?
with that, I think it just comes down to they aren't being transparent and they're not being honest. So
Yeah,
there's really no point in watching a lot of what they're talking about. Because they'll sit
yeah,
on the camera and they'll have like dumbass conversations. But even in the
mhm,
conversation with Cody and Robyn, did they say anything? Like I know, like, and again, no shot at like my fellow YouTuber contemporaries. Everybody's
mhm,
got work job to do. But when we break it all the way down, did
mhm,
anybody tonight say anything that was emotionally revealing? Did they say anything where they were vulnerable at any point? Everybody said
mhm,
something that we kind of like. Even Meri and Janelle when they had their conversation, interesting, yes. But did they say anything that we didn't already know or didn't already suspect? No. The
mhm,
conversation between Cody and Robyn, yeah, they had. This is another snow argument where they're
mhm,
presenting ideas that they've
mhm.
already talked about, and that, to be honest with you, I'm not uncomfortable with hearing. I'm
Yeah,
not. There's no point where I thought Cody was uncomfortable talking to her about being in a relationship with her,
right,
and at no point do I think Robyn was uncomfortable hearing about how Cody wanted to be in a monogamous relationship.
right.
So that's a dud for me. Like there's no vulnerability. So there's
Yeah,
and so in like terms of a show, the
mhm,
stakes are extremely low. And
yeah,
anytime you have a good show, when you watch TV or you watch a movie, The stakes, the best movies are when the stakes are extremely high. We're watching somebody on their best and
Yeah.
or worst day of their life. That's
Mm-hmm.
the movie. That's the TV show. And
Yeah.
in this case, neither one of those things happen. They don't tell us nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
And linking back to what I began with was like when I was in radio and I was doing stories like for radio shows, you have to kind of establish a rapport with your audience first. So they kind of get to
Mhm.
know you, kind of get invested in you, and then you know present the issue and then overcome it, or you don't, but you show how you try to overcome it, right? The problem is
Right.
initially we are not invested in Cody and Robyn in that, like, we're not rooting for them. We don't like them. And I know shows need villains. I get that. But at the same time, there has to be like a level of likability where you have to care. And a lot of us just don't
Right.
care about them. We don't care because they lie to us so blatantly.
Right.
The whole thing of the personality test. I never took a personality test. Oh, well, if one was taken, someone else filled it out for me. And then they have footage of her filling out the stupid test. Like, you're lying to us,
Yeah.
so we don't care about you. We're not at all invested in you. And to try to create a redemption arc or whatever, again, you can't be lying to us. You have to be more genuine. You notice when Cody was talking about how, oh, when I said I didn't love them, well, I was just upset, blah, blah. You notice they had music playing behind him?
Yeah.
So they're trying to,
Yeah.
pull at our heartstrings. It's like, no, not buying what you're selling.
Well,
My
because
heart's
even
not.
that, I mean, to be honest with you, the idea that I lied, he would
Mhm.
have, I lied because I was hurt. But you went into detail about how these women abandoned you, about how they were disloyal to you, but you didn't
Mhm.
go into detail about how they hurt you and
Right.
how you were vulnerable, which
Right.
is part of it. Like in order for you to take that true L, you have to express how you felt and why you were vulnerable and why you felt the way you did and why it was an L. But because
Mhm.
he doesn't want to come off as weak, he's
Mhm.
protecting himself, which is 90% of what's on we're watching on the show. They're
Yeah.
protecting themselves. And because you're protecting yourself, it makes the story not worth listening to. And
Yeah.
again, I don't want to be a dick about it, but it is what it is. Like,
Yeah.
if you are on a reality show, you have to be
Mhm.
willing to come on and be vulnerable and honest because it's not just the honesty part. There
Mhm.
has to be a sense of vulnerability to where
Mhm.
you're revealing things that you probably wouldn't normally reveal. That's what makes the show. Because
Yeah.
otherwise, if we're just doing polite stuff, I don't have to
Yeah.
watch a show to listen to somebody talk about their relationships and being polite and positive about their relationship. I could just go on to Twitter or Instagram and listen to
Mhm.
people talk about relationship goals, and post pictures with people who they probably don't even talk to outside of taking pictures.
Mhm.
You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
If that's what we're doing. But that's not a reality show. And I
Yeah.
and I would give that warning to all of them. Like really right
Yeah.
now, we don't really know a whole lot. I know people like Christine and David,
Mhm.
but we don't know a lot about their relationship. It's great
Mhm.
that they have a wonderful relationship. In one
Mhm.
sense, I understand why they're keeping a lot of it away from the public because we will destroy your relationship. I get
Mhm.
that. But at the
Yeah.
same time, it doesn't really make for good TV.
Mhm.
Same thing
Mhm.
with Janelle. Like I don't,
Mhm.
she's actually Janelle is being a little more vulnerable, a little more transparent.
Mhm.
Meri, she's still kind of talking about her feelings about Robyn. She's still working her way through the
Yeah.
breakup portion of the
Yeah.
show. But
Yeah.
that is so long ago. Like
Yeah.
Meri is like, again, I want Meri to have the same experience, but you're not the
Mhm.
same person as Christine. Christine got a whole season about her breakup. Meri,
Yeah.
I don't know if her breakup really carries a whole season because technically Cody had left you about 10 years ago.
Mhm.
So, I mean, like
Yeah.
for you, it might be new, but for all of us, like we all knew, we saw the writing on the wall. Cody broke up with you 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I think if we're gonna be honest, Cody broke up with you about 15 years ago when
Yeah.
Robyn came into the family. You was on your way out.
Yeah. Yeah. You were
So
you were put on ice, and
right.
then more and more would just add onto it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what was cool though in the episode when Christine talked about wearing a shaper under her dress? And I
Right.
was like, oh my God, that's so amazing because like so many of us women from even a size 4 to size 34, like, wear shapers. So it's like, oh my God, good for her for like putting it out there. That took a lot of bravery, So
Oh, you call them shapers, we call them spikes.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
she's wearing spikes.
Yeah, they probably didn't want to pay the company, so they just called it a shaper. But yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. But I was like, good for her for like putting it out there because a lot of and in some ways like that, she can kind of come across as vulnerable, but in other ways, of course they
Right.
don't. So it's just interesting in some ways and very boring in like 90%. So that's why I say like TLC should be cutting you guys checks because I think you guys are keeping the viewership up by holding these shows and keeping us
Right.
engaged. Because if this weren't here, like I would have stopped. Like I can't watch people putting together IKEA furniture or wherever company it comes from. I can't. Like this is worse than like
Yeah.
those fix it shows where they would trade houses for a weekend and do renos for a weekend and come back and oh, what did you do to my
Yeah.
room
Yeah.
while I was
Yeah.
gone?
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is so boring.
Like we tore your house up, and they had to come back and fix them after the show was over because they
Yeah.
did such a terrible job because they were rush jobs.
Painted
Yeah.
a wood
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah. Like, that's hardwood floor. The floor was mahogany. Why would you do that? Yeah.
Painted over brick.
Right, exactly.
Oh my
Exactly.
God.
Whoa, don't even talk about that.
But
I
I
had a
know.
house, my first house, they painted the brick. I had the nights and weekends, I was there scraping that damn brick off there. It took me years to get that shit off the wall.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Scraping,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah. Yeah.
horrible.
It
Got a
is.
brick fireplace. It's
Oh, I
terrible.
hear you.
But,
Ours
but
ours
yeah,
too.
I think that when they do it, like you said, with the IKEA furniture,
Mm-hmm.
one of the draws, like there's a kind of a false note for reality shows
Mm-hmm.
that people actually want to watch reality. The truth of the matter is, I don't want to watch somebody put furniture together.
Yeah.
That's never interesting. The even in a well, who is it? Not Stanislavski. There's an acting teacher or coach, famous acting coach. I forget his name. His name escapes me right now. He would have you do activities,
Mm-hmm.
right, as an exercise. So when people come into a scene, person is doing this activity has to get done. That's what that reminds me of. So in a
Mm-hmm.
way, I think that Robyn and Kody may be taking acting classes
Mm-hmm.
because that is what they would do in an acting class. Like, okay, yeah, you have like
Right.
this objective, and the whole thing with the objective or the activity is that you have to have a reason as to why you're doing it,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to finish it in a certain time. Like there's a pressing time limit on it.
Right.
So it has to get done. The reason why it has to get done is important. And you have these other challenges. And while you're putting this thing together, you have a dialogue. And
Mm-hmm.
part of that dialogue is charged by the thing that you're doing.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it felt like it did feel like a acting class. Like that's an acting
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with
like, oh, we're
terrible
going to put
acting.
this table together. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Ugh.
The script is terrible. I would not recommend.
Yeah. Now we need some juicier stuff to watch. This is boring as anything. We need that Poly family to come on and I don't know. Maybe I don't know. We gotta find other stuff too. Did you ever watch 600 Pound Life? Did you ever watch that?
Yeah, I was 600. Yes, yes, I've seen
Yeah.
it with Doctor Now. Yeah,
Yeah. He's getting older, so I noticed the seasons are getting shorter, but man, oh man.
yeah,
That's a
I'm sure they are. Well, plus he got divorced. Like his wife took him,
yeah.
so he ain't never gonna stop working.
Oh yeah, yeah. And his son is an executive producer on that show. So I think that's another reason to keep it going because family getting paid.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Oh, the
yeah.
teacher's name, the acting teacher was Sanford Meisner. That's the technique
Oh,
when they do that. But yeah,
interesting. Yeah, well, they got to do something. At least Christine, she took the kids out to sip and paint things, like a painting thing, or you know, like do something. I don't know. Like again, I'm not doing storyboarding anymore, but like there's got to be lots more stuff they can do other than these lame ass stuff they're bringing to us. So
Yeah, I just think that like I said, I think that the show has run its course.
yeah.
I don't think that as crazy as it is,
Mm-hmm.
like there hits a point with every story, every series, especially serialized television or even
Mm-hmm.
movie franchises, there hits a point where you no longer have a story to tell. There's just not a story there anymore.
Yeah.
And so I think that the problem Sister Wives is encountering now is that
Mm-hmm.
they run through their storylines. There's nothing really for them to talk about. There's nothing really for them to present.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially if you're not willing to put it on the line
Yeah.
and show people what it is you're doing currently, you're
Mm-hmm.
still kind of living off of the checks that you wrote in yesteryear when you were doing the show and you were being, super exposed emotionally because Christine was in a very fragile place. Meri was in a very fragile place. So was Janelle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cody and Robyn, they were trying to conceal the fact that they were destroying a family,
Mm-hmm.
and so that created the drama for the show. That's what the show is about. But now, because the wives are separated, Cody and Robyn are kind of off doing their own thing, there's
Mm-hmm.
nothing really left for us to watch. Like there's nothing else going on. So we
Yeah.
can watch like the celebration episodes, I guess, with Christine and Meri and Janelle kind of doing their own thing and living their lives. I don't think like that might be good for a season or two, but I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if that's another 10 years of watching them, go off and live their independent lives. Same thing with Cody. And this is no disrespect to any one of them, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just that I don't know if this is a show.
I
I just don't
agree.
know if this is a show.
I agree. Like
This is
yep.
like watching Gordon Ramsay and he's like, I'm not going to cook anymore.
Yeah.
Well, what am I watching? I mean, I'm not going to work in any more kitchens.
Exactly.
I'm
Like you
tired of
said,
this
they're
cooking stuff. Getting takeout. Like, okay,
yeah. Right.
what are we
No,
doing?
like you said, they're all separate now. There's no, they're stretching it out with this Coyote Pass to like bring this tension and this
Right,
thing that had to be resolved. And it's like now what has to be resolved? Nothing. They're all living their separate
right.
lives, you know. Um, so like what is there to bring? I don't see it. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll keep thinking of other shows that I'd like to see you doing, but that Polyfamily is the
Yeah,
biggest
that's the
one.
one I'll probably be covering. That comes on this Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I'll be
Yeah.
probably releasing some about that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well, thanks for
that's what it is.
entertaining me for so long. I appreciate it.
No worries, no worries. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate you. Love hearing from you.
My pleasure, James. Thanks. And thank you
All
again
right.
for this community too, because they've really come through for me in a tough time. So
Awesome, awesome. I'm glad to
yeah.
hear that.
Yeah.
All right,
All
thank
right.
you.
Have a good
Thanks for
evening.
calling in. All right,
All
you
right.
too.
See you on the next flight.
Awesome. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Bye.
All right, bye. Awesome. Alexandra PF. Awesome. Yeah, you know what? I appreciate everybody hanging out with me and staying chill and cool in the chat as best we can. I noticed we had a little umbrage. Just as a reminder, I want to make sure everybody keeps it chill in the chat. Well, big shout out to Carmel Kitties. That's all she came in. Welcome, welcome. But just make sure everybody keeps it cool in the chat. I mean, I think that we could have disagreements, but even with like challenging ideas or norms that we have developed over the course of time when we were talking about the show or observing the show, just as a point of order, if you want to challenge anything that somebody says, I have zero problem with that. In fact, I encourage you. I mean, if you know something I don't know, that's fine. The only thing that I would say is that if there's something that we understand to be true, please provide references or supporting information to your perspective. Like for instance, like I said with Coyote Pass, like I can show you where they own Coyote Pass. Like the two lots were paid off on Coyote Pass, and the smaller two lots were the lots that they were actually uh, working in together to pay for. And I can show that. So if you have additional information, maybe you're friends with them. Maybe some of the people who come in, they buck back and say, no, that's not true. All of them had nannies. If you know something I don't know, share it. You know, Yeah, drop the information, drop it in the chat, let a brother know. Like all of them had nannies. That would be news to me. And to be honest with you, that would be a dummy do on the part of Robyn and Kody. Because if you took it on the chin all this time because you had a nanny, and meanwhile the OG3, well, it wouldn't make sense for Meri to have a nanny because her child was outside the house. It wouldn't make sense really for Janelle to have a nanny because her youngest was in high school. So I mean, if they had nannies in Vegas, when Christine started smashing Robyn out about having a nanny and getting a nanny to raise the kids and do the kids, and Christine, if she was sitting there with a nanny too, then shame on Robyn for not shooting back. Chick, you got a nanny? What are you talking about? We all got nannies up in this joint. I ain't the only one. That's on Robyn. So it's kind of weird to me that we have people who come into the chat and say like, make accusations that even the cast members don't make in defense of themselves. Like again, if you know something I don't know, share it with a brother. Let me know. Let me know. Talk to me about it. I invite you to call in. We do the Sunday show where you can call in and you can talk to me about it. Hit me up on speakpipe.com not backslash speakpipe.com/ my take on reality. Leave a 90-second message. But let's have the conversation. But provide that supporting evidence. Provide that evidence if it appears on the show. Tell me what episode it's on. I'll go back and look. I have no problem if I'm wrong about something. I will clearly say I'll stand corrected. I have no problem with saying I don't know something. But I just want to make sure that we are dealing in actual situations and circumstances that we can back up at some point and not just conjecture that because we might like somebody. Like if I like Christine, but I think Christine did something wrong, I'll say she did something wrong. Same thing with Meri and Janelle. I know I'll catch heat for it, but I'll say it. But that's where I'm at. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Uh, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I want to give a huge shout out to Negla3. Came back in, knocked it out the park with a big call in. Of course, we got Betty, Janet. We have Alexandra PF, Kitty, of course, Mary J. Thank you guys all so much for calling in. Got to give a huge shout out to all the folks who dropped in super chats, including Teresa Skinner. What? We have Unlimited Lipstick, Just Jewel, JG. Then we had Sarah Sahara, Desert, Kathy Ferran, Brittany, not Brittany, twice dropped blessing the show. We had YouTube is my time machine, coming back from the past. Then we had Michelle Woods up in the house. Good to see you once again. And then we had Diana Hernandez. Hello, Diana. All right. Thank you so much for the super chats. And I want to make sure I thank the chat for staying super chill. Did I say Betty? I don't think I said Betty. Yeah, big shout out to Betty too. Can't forget Betty, my West Virginia guy. But I want to say thank you to the people in the chat, and most definitely thank you for Carmel Cuties, and of course Brittany, not Brittany, hold it down. Keeping the player right, making sure that the chat stays tight. Appreciate you guys. Let me give everybody a little something before we go. Oh, and before I go, just make sure that everybody is aware. Tomorrow, I will be dropping once again, I will be dropping the Monday motivation video. Very excited about that. Last week, I thought was pretty good too. So if you guys like the motivation Monday videos, make sure you share them. They'll start out for members. That was a perk that I added, but they will be for everyone. Everyone will be able to view them on Wednesday. And I encourage you once again, if you guys know somebody or, you know somebody, you're aware of somebody who might either like the message, need to hear the message, or maybe they know somebody who might like or need to hear that message. Go ahead and share that video with them so that they can get that information. I'd appreciate it. I'm sure they might appreciate it as well. Because again, the way the algorithm works, if they aren't, sometimes the people who need to hear things that are said online the most in some of these spaces, whether it's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, whatever, the people who need to hear a certain thing the most won't necessarily hear it because the algorithm doesn't necessarily recognize that this is something that they need to hear, but instead they keep giving them things that they want to hear, especially with some of the young men. I noticed that the young guys get like a plethora of ridiculous advice from guys who claim to be experts, and they'll tell them like, "Yeah, women are terrible, and they are burned, and you are the man, and you the prize, and all this," and they lead them down the wrong path. They don't hear those messages where somebody gets on YouTube and talks about the importance of you finding a partner and not an employee, finding somebody who is equal playing to you, so that way, if you ever trip, stumble, they're there to help you, lift you up, and keep you rolling instead of somebody who's going to weigh you down because they're childlike and you're taking care of them as though you're their daddy and they're your baby. So, you know, again, if you want to share those videos, I'd appreciate it. I will be rolling videos out this week. We got a lot to talk about with this particular episode. Have some things I want to say about sister wives, and I also want to do a more general video about like Cody and his treatment of us, the audience. I'm gonna leave that teaser right there. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with a player. Big shout out to the Mega Mods and everybody who's holding me down. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Make sure you hit me up on speakpipe.com/mytakereality because we have our Thursday show where we play the SpeakPipe messages and I react to those. So thank you guys so much. That's my take. I'm James. This has been my take on reality, and I'm out.